So here we are once again. You'll notice my coffee cup has rotated. So has my shirt. I've had a shower. I promised it. It looks like I'm not moving on YouTube. I was looking for the videos, and it's always looks like I'm in the same place every day. Um, but before we get going, I just want to. So Izzy from Discord on the Twitch stream. You can wave Izzy if you're there. Um, Decided to go out and make and write up some really awesome content about getting Kubernetes started in the Homelab, and mentioned, and I'll read it. In light of your Homelab, I wrote a whole article on both proxy managers and Kubernetes. So you'll remember, at least this is some days ago, but we were doing. It feels like some days ago that we were picking we were picking proxies and virtual, getting a virtual IP and all that, and we were debating about whether to use HA proxy or QVirt or QVIP and all that. And so this is a very interesting article. I can't wait to read it. So, one of the complaints that the rants during the last 3 days has been there's not enough people writing quality, good, up-to-date documentation about their experience setting up on-prem Kubernetes. So I am going to shout it out every time I find it. Yeah, it does look nice, doesn't it? So if you happen to be inspired to make the world a better place by reducing the pain and suffering of whatever kind of Kubernetes it is that you run, but particularly on-prem needs help. Let's just be real. Then go for it, and you can write something that helps you out. This is actually based on Ubuntu servers too, which is what I use instead of Red Hat. There's not much out of that out there, and so yeah. I haven't had a chance to read it all in detail. I just heard about it just now, but I just want to start up with this. Oh yeah, I mean but that's the thing. It's more about the content. Your content actually looks pretty. Be careful though. If you make it look pretty, people expect it to be good. This is one of the reasons I do all my notes and stuff in a Zettelkasten on GitHub. People don't hold you to the same standard. They don't care if you make spelling mistakes and stuff like that. As soon as you put something on the web, there's like a totally different expectation. It's like writing a book. How dare you have a spelling mistake in your book? So he's got some of the other starting things to do with Minikube, which is not based on-prem stuff, but Kubernetes cluster alternatives. Yeah, we talked at the end of the last stream. I got kind of going off on, like, if you're not using the cloud and you're an enterprise, you're probably doing it wrong, unless you have on-prem. And then we had a bunch of people chime in saying, "Hey, I'm on-prem. I don't want to go to the cloud. It's too expensive." And so there's still a big demand for that. So you don't write. You know what though? You probably have great things to say. So don't let spelling mistakes and stuff. Find your own way to write that maybe people will take. Be less. Most people will probably overlook spelling mistakes especially if you put it on GitHub. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that. So what are we doing today? For working on a hybrid? Of course, you're on your own VMs, yes. So, terrible, great things to say, terrible sarcastic attitude. That would be awesome. I would read it. I would read it. It takes time and energy to write, though, obviously. I think just writing your notes and look at this, look how messy all this stuff is. Super messy, right? These are notes for YouTube. So, something's better than nothing, is what I'm getting at. So if it's in your heart to even attempt any kind of documentation at all, or if it's not, and you just want to, lurk here and like tell me I'm full of crap, I'm here for you. And you can be sarcastic all day long, and as long as you're right and we get to the answer and everybody is uplifted by the end of the day, even if we like LBG and I was like, okay, back to your corners, here come the gloves, That's the nature of dialogue, and I'm happy to be one community. There's many where you can do those things. So let's get going. The goal tonight is simple: get Hashicorp Vault installed and set up as if it was my PKI solution at home, imagining that I am doing it for my, my work study or my case study, we'll call it, of the small underfunded machine learning think tank that needs Kubernetes to do machine learning models, smaller ones, and some batch processing at some point as well, which we'll use PBS for, and also all of the rest, right? So that's what we're going to do. And And then if we have time, we'll go ahead and reorganize my Ansible stuff into roles and templates, primarily based on the fact that I realized last time that I definitely need a kubeyaml file. Several people were like, it's about time you figure that out. And I'm like, well, that's not what the docs say. The docs say use Kubernetes and you know, dash whatever, and then like 100 of them. And it turns out that the only dash in Kubernetes you probably want is config. And you want to point that to a config file that you can maintain, you can manage, you can capture the output of it and store that and have a record of how you install your cluster and how you might modify it later. Seems like a simple thing to do. I have no record of anything that was used to just set up our cluster at all. I mean, at work, because that does not exist. They didn't do that. So so we're going to try to do that. But in order to do that, it makes sense to get templates set up, the templates folder set up in Ansible, which is something I've never used, so that this big hairy contributed kubeadm YAML from LBG, who's not with us right now, they're with us earlier, but can be put into template format, and then we can leverage good old Mustache. You can yell all you want about Mustache until you need to do something like this, right? So if you're going to have a declarative architecture for your configurations and stuff, which you want to have because you cannot do auditing without one. You can't audit a script. You can't audit a controller that's a bunch of logic. You can't, the only thing you can audit is something that's declared about how something should be. So I've changed my tune a little bit. I used to be really critical of, YAML and declarative things, even Helm. But the fact of the matter is, when it comes time to auditing and accountability and going back and seeing what was used to make a thing, having a declarative model makes sense. And if you're going to have that, declarative means, YAML usually, YAML or JSON. And then on top of that, you're going to add other things. So, by the way, this is one of the reasons that, I love Dr. Verm. Dr. Verm is one of my favorite streamers when he does stream. But, he's really obsessed with Q. And I have to tell you, I'm not, because Q puts too much stuff in it that can't be audited. Now that's speaking from a place of great ignorance about it, but it doesn't appear to me. Same with HCL, frankly. That's not the kind of thing that you can go examine consistently to find out. So this is another reason that I'm kind of warming up to Ansible, and I do want to put a little comment in here. It's like nice things about declarative infrastructure, auditability. So I actually do like that, and that has kind of caused me to warm up to things like Ansible, right? Because you can capture. I've always been a fan of capturing whatever you're doing as a script, so you can go back and see the steps, rather than just running it on the command line. Even if it's only one line, I'll usually put that in a script, so it's in a GitHub someplace, private or public, and I can go back and find it and remember what I did, because it's almost impossible to remember things, especially at my age. So you have to go back and find those things, and Ansible is really well suited for that. Even it doesn't matter to me that it's written in Python. I don't have to deal with that at all. If it ever does become a thing I have to deal with, then maybe I'll change my mind on some of that. But so far, Ansible has really won me over. I've talked about that before, and we're going to be doing these kind of things. So where did all this come from? Because once I saw this kubeadm file, I'm like, damn. Okay, so we need to get a token that needs to be done as a task before this, which in bash script would be a subroutine, and then we would be parsing YAML and replacing it, blah, blah, blah. And you definitely can do that. And then, is it great? He's on the list. No. We're not going to talk about that whole thing about me not being on the hacker list. No, and I haven't coded anything. I haven't written anything about hacking or streamed anything about hacking in like a week now. Last week we solved another level. But the people that are looking for security are probably bored by this, which is really too bad, because I've spent 16 hours on the most important thing to be able to hack cloud native, understanding certificates. But that's not hacking. Having a core knowledge of how certificates work, definitely not hacking. Not hacking over here. In case you don't know, if you're watching on YouTube or whatever, that there was some drama with a streamer that refused to add me to a list of hackers as hacker streamers, and It rubbed me the wrong way a little bit too much. I should have just went the other way and kept. Well, I made a video about it because it bothered me so much, but whatever. All right, so here we are. We're done. We're moving forward, and those are the plans. So where is Hashicorp? Let's go out to Hashicorp. By the way, is one of my favorite. Let me set my timer. I did pretty bad at watching my timer this morning. I sat in the chair for 3 hours. Didn't even get up. Bad idea. Just a really bad idea. Don't do that. So I'll put my little Pomo timer. When my Pomo goes off, I want y'all to yell at me to get up. Go get up. Go walk outside. Go get more coffee, possibly. Actually, I ran out of coffee. I drank it all. Go, text your wife or something. Just do anything else or listen to music. Okay, so here we go. We got 58 minutes. Helps me to focus too, which is, of course, hard. We need to go find Hashicorp Vault, which I have never, ever used. I know what it is. I hear good things about it all the time. I hear people say, why aren't you using it? And believe it or not, some of this hour or this session I'm going to count as work because I personally think that we should consider deploying Hashicorp Vault on our team, even on a local scale, because this is a great way for managing your keys. And it's certainly better than what we're doing now, which is nothing. So, set up notes if you want them. If you have Hashicorp Vault setup notes from Het, hell yeah, send me that shit. Send me that. Het Dennis, by the way, one of my favorite streamers, if not my favorite streamer, tech streamer. I mean, you're not supposed to have favorites, but I do. Het's one of my favorite for sure. He just, I mean, I like Anyaski and a bunch of other, but Het streams about things that are very relevant to my day-to-day workplace. And he has very specific, deep experience in the enterprise. That is virtually impossible to find on Twitch or YouTube. You find a lot of people that are, grifting and shilling for different this or that, who have like big fancy videos, but people who are actually getting shit done in the enterprise and have done so for more than a decade are very rare on Twitch or YouTube for that matter. And I've been pushing Het for a lot because I think a lot of people should hear. I mean, he's got PowerPoints for God's sake. Even can you believe that? On top of all of his actual knowledge. I don't care. You can put it here so people can go there. I don't care about, links unless it's too long. Yeah. Het does his own streams. He does Glass. Is he streaming right now? We step on each other all the time on accident. We raid each other all the time too, though. I don't, let me just tell you, I don't look at who's streaming when I decide to stream. I just hit the stream button because I need to get shit done. It's a text file. Oh. Well, yeah, I mean, put it wherever you want. If you have notes on GitHub, that'd be nice too. You could definitely put a link in Discord, however you want to do it. I'm going to go into this as a complete noob, so I'm going to read all the documentation from the site, of course. And then if you have anything you want to supplement that with, let me know. So what is Vault? We're going to stick with the web interface for this instead of my text-based stuff, just because the experience will be consistent for everybody. Normally, if I'm just looking for a piece of information, I wouldn't do this, obviously. I would use a command line. Manage secrets and protect sensitive data. Boom. That is what I want. To me, it seems like it's invite me. You like my cave? Okay, I won't say cave, even though I kind of am in a cave. Whoops, I said it 3 times already. Try HCP Vault. What is that? Hashicorp Cloud Platform Vault. Get up and running in minutes with a fully managed Vault cluster on HCP. No, we don't want that. We're just going to download. I understand it's free. If it's not free, I'm not using it. Because I won't have money. No, you can't ban that. That's not fair. All right, this thing. How about that? This thing that starts with a V. Manages secrets. Secrets. Secret is the technical term for tokens, certificates, passwords, credit card numbers, your girlfriend's phone number, or whatever. Those are secrets. right? They're having fun with me. That's not happening. That's not happening. Yeah, YouTube just got annoyed. Manage secrets and protect sensitive data. You know, genetic information. No. Everybody's jumping on this. No. Secure, store, and tightly control access to tokens, passwords, certificates, and encryption keys. I think I just said that. I'm sorry, I violated the rules there. For protecting these things that you don't know, and other sensitive data, a UI, CLI, and HTTP API. Wow, acronym overload at the end there. I know what all of those mean though. Jeep guy, what are you doing? Thank you. Jeep guy with the sub bomb. Oh my God, thank you so much for that. Thank you for. God knows we need all the help we can get as a community. Thank you, Jeep guy. Appreciate it. I really do. Wait till the bourbon kicks in. Oh, I know. I gave like 25 subs to some. I think it was to some streamer, to some like the other night. Yeah, I lose all my money from subs by giving away more subs. So, thank you so much for that. Okay, so let's keep going. Identity-based security. So, Vault brokers and deepens. Is security on the list? No. Okay, good. Vault brokers and deeply integrates and with trusted identities to automate access to secrets, data, and systems. I am really curious to see how Vault integrates with an identity management system, such as the stuff I've been thinking about with, because like we have Keycloak is a different thing, right? So I don't know if I want to use Vault or Keycloak. I know for a fact that in fact I don't think that. I don't know that's for a fact. Let me just look really quick. Keycloak doesn't do anything with PKI, does it? I don't think Keycloak does anything with PKI, but this is another one of those security related bits of software that everybody seems to have. So Keycloak, I don't want to run down the Vault path until I know that Keycloak doesn't already do this, because I'm already planning on adding Keycloak. Okay. So Keycloak says open source identity and access management, add authentication to applications and secure services with minimum effort. So this is more of an OIDC provider, OAuth 2 kind of thing, right? It does not feel like it covers the let's hide our stuff from everybody, even though it's called Keycloak. You think it would be called that? You think it would do that? Keycloak provides user federation, strong authentication, user management, fine-grained authorization, and more. So, single sign-on. So, Keycloak is kind of an identity thing. Users authenticate with Keycloak rather than individual applications. This means that your applications don't have to deal with login forms, authenticated users. So yeah, this is more about providing users for specifically web applications mostly. And it's used to store secrets. Yeah, Vault is kind of like what you would use Kubernetes secrets for, but without the Kubernetes, right? And specifically is able to generate many of those things. It's kind of like a password manager on steroids. I mean, that's the impression I get. I get the impression that Vault is like a password manager on steroids. It's like just really big, you know. And first impression of Vault. Password. Maybe because I put a lot of things in my password manager, which is KeePassXC, by the way, that are not passwords. It's like my one-stop shop for secrets and stuff like that. And of course, Vault is networked, which is the point, I guess. So you can use it without that. It doesn't have to be. I guess it does keep. From what I understand, it does keep your root CA offline. It does not expose that. I don't know. We haven't done anything with it, but that's what I've been reading about. Identity-based security, Vault brokers. Identity-based security is the basis of zero trust. So I'm pretty sure Vault is like front and center in the list of applications you need to know if you want to deploy zero trust in your enterprise. And I do. So zero trust. So I am kind of excited, actually. Zero trust security Hashicorp. So I'm going to read about zero trust security because trust nothing, authenticate and authorize everything. Zero trust. Try now, read the white paper. If they have a white paper, that means, they're serious and they're courting business with big money. I'm going to turn this up so you can see it. Because now it's just like it's on a phone or something. I'm reading this. It might annoy you. I'm sorry. I am super interested in it. Your challenge in your 2022 State of Cloud Strategic Survey, 89%. Should I put on my advertising voice? 89% of respondents see security as very important or very important to cloud success. You don't have to be a genius to respond. I want to know about I want to know about the 11% of respondents that said security was not important to cloud success. I want their names. I want their names so they can go on a blacklist of people I never want to work with. Who gets, okay, I'm sorry, I have to just, who gets a survey that says, with a question, a professional, let's assume, that says, is security important to cloud success? And they say no. Maybe they just didn't think of it. That will make me feel better. Maybe they just didn't think about it. They would say, okay, name the top 5 things for that are important to cloud success. And React knowledge. Let me see. Rust. Oh yeah, Rust. Memory safety. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And they run out of things. They run out of things, and then somebody comes back to them later and is like, why didn't you put security on? Oh yeah, security. But the adoption of cloud means teams and organizations are rethinking how to secure their applications and infrastructure. Good. Security in the cloud is being recast from static and IP-based defined by a perimeter to dynamic. This is wonderful, actually. This is a wonderful description of zero trust. And I'm going to put it in the related section here because I like it so much. You know what? Hashicorp is just so cool. They are. This is, this ad is not paid for by Hashicorp. Hashicorp, if you're out there watching this, I would love sponsorship. I'm not worthy. I mean, they are so awesome. I am a fanboy of Hashicorp for most things. With no clear perimeter, this idea is known as zero trust security. In other words, there is no perimeter. There is no perimeter. There is only trust. Zero trust security is predicated on securing everything based on trusted identities. It means you have to have an identity for things and then trust the identity and be able to secure the identity. With Hashicorp's model around ground zero trust, organizations can manage their transitions to the cloud while maintaining the level of security they need, one that trusts nothing and authenticates and authorizes everything. Enable scalable dynamic security across clouds. God, even QMacro would love them because they don't do mixed case for titles. I kind of feel like the day for mixed case for titles has ended. Do you? You guys remember good old title case? Not mixed case, title case. I think title case for headers is now dead officially. I think it's now sentence case or whatever this is. QMacro would love that. We talk about that all the time. Hashicorp's approach to identity. Oh yeah, we're doing PKI. We're installing Vault, and we're reading about zero trust right now, which is great because it kind of side step CA. No, we're gonna use Vault. I don't know what that is. Don't use big words. We're doing steps. Is step CA a fancy way of saying root CA with intermediate steps? Because if so, then I want to be cool because that's what I have. That's what I'm making. This is a default. We've been looking at this all day. But this is a default cert organization for Kubernetes. If you use Kubadium without any changes, you have like 3 root CAs. And they manage a bunch of stuff. There's a whole bunch of etcd stuff that's not here. And this is what I want. I want a hierarchical CA like this. Oh no, here we go. Hey, step CA, are you stuck? I don't know what step CA, small step. It looks like another person and some other company has opinions about how to do this. Automate certificate management for DevOps. Issue, no. They lost me. They lost me. They already lost me. First of all, they're not using title case. I mean, they are using title case. Oh, wait, but down here they're not. But then they use a period. And then they're using the word DevOps. Anybody who uses the word DevOps is immediately reduced in rep in my mind because I hate the word. Nobody knows what it means. And there, I said my piece. Bye-bye. I'm going back to Hashicorp. Okay, so, which I love. I don't know what step CA means. Oh, I'm sure it's good. It's not as good as Vault, though, in my opinion. And I haven't done anything with either of them yet. So take my opinion as worth nothing right now. HashiCorp's approach to identity-based security and access provides a solid foundation for companies to safely migrate and secure their infrastructure, applications, and data as they move to a multi-cloud world. And that is exactly what I'm doing. HashiCorp products used, probably Vault. I'm guessing one of these is console. You can't just use icons. I don't know what the products are. You need a hop. Oh, Hashicorp, that was a fail. Hashicorp, that was a fail. I don't know what those products are. What, do you think I just got all your products memorized or something? It's pretty arrogant of you. Inspect element. Console. Okay, I figured the C was console. Yeah, Vault console, Nomad, I figured. So Nomad is their Kubernetes equiv. Console is their, I think it's their kind of ingress equiv. Yeah, they're kind of Istio ingress equiv. And Vault is their, their service mesh. And Vault is their, Boundary. Boundary must be their VPN. I thought we weren't going to do that stuff. I thought the Zero Trust console is etcd. Oh, okay. I did not know. Why is it under networking? I'm going to read about it. Service networking across clouds. Oh, okay. So console's kind of like a CNI then. Sounds like. I'm tell me that I'm full of it, but that's what it sounds like to me. Service mesh. They put service mesh stuff in there too. So it's kind of like CNI. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, by the way, automate networking. I mean, God knows I love them, but yes. Okay, where are we going next? Hashicorp Zero Trust Security. Okay, we just got done reading this. So and boundaries, I think they're a firewall tool, but why would you have a firewall tool? You just made a big stink about not having a boundary, and now you're going to sell us boundary. I think that is a mistake. Outcomes: improve enterprise security posture, reduce the likelihood of a breach. The text and logo should be in white. I don't know about that. Emoji version 15 animated emojis. I have not seen that. I mean, if you want to show me, that'd be cool. But we're kind of in the middle of security stuff. But yeah, I'd really love to see it. Thank you for your help on that, by the way. Reduce the likelihood of a breach. Accelerate secure multi-cloud adoption. And then there's all the fun people that are using it. It's okay. It's okay. Nobody would know. Please don't. Yeah. Oh, on the console page, yeah. Vault has proven to be a great equalizer for us, helping us find the balance between ensuring a continued security and protection of our sensitive data and minimizing the efforts and time. Okay, so Ganapata, I know what that actually means. Ganapati saran. Ganapati means kind of like praise to. Yeah. Ganapati saran Nambarajan. Ganapati. Da. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Adopt Zero Trust security across clouds with these 4 pillars. The 4 pillars taken straight out of Silicon Valley. That one episode where then next we'll talk about the conjoined triangles of success. Turn left from Cube to go to Nomad. I talked about going to Nomad last night. If I could get people... Look, I don't think that what we're doing requires Kubernetes at work. Honest to God, I think we could get away with Nomad. I truly believe that. Because we just have a bunch of GPU jobs. And the only reason not to go with Nomad is all the applications that are written in Kubernetes. There's like a Helm chart to deploy it. They don't do that for Nomad. Yeah, container's a container. But I mean, in our world, Nomad, one of the case studies for Nomad is actually a 3D rendering shop that leverages the GPU on those machines and uses Nomad for the orchestration. And that is exactly the primary use case for the work that I do. So I think we should probably test Nomad, tell you the truth. I honestly do. I'm going to talk to my manager about it. I'm sure they're going to think, oh, we've already committed to Kubernetes, blah, 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 because so many other applications have. But I think Nomad might actually be a better technology for most people. I am definitely going to build a small cluster in the Homelab. Absolutely, after I get Kubernetes installed so that I can keep us from dying at work. Main machine-to-machine access. Yeah, I'm all about that. I definitely, one of the reasons I have a Homelab is so I can play around with that stuff. You cannot play around in a serious way with technologies like Nomad unless you have multi-nodes, like a lot of nodes. I mean, I would say I would probably play around with Nomad with maybe like 15, 20 nodes, virtual probably, but right now I'm not going to retask some of my physical things, right? But actually, if I very seriously, after testing Nomad, I might turn my entire cluster over here, which has great GPUs and everything. I might turn my main systems for like hacking and pen testing and all that stuff. I might just run them on Nomad. I'm not even kidding. I might change my main cluster over to Nomad and then just use and spin up virtual machines with Kubernetes for practicing different versions on Kubernetes. I may very seriously do that over the next 2 years. Right now, I'm going to go with Kubernetes as the default install, but I'm very seriously thinking about doing that. Anything to get a job at Hashicorp, which is such a great company. Anyway, so I'm actually really happy that I'm going to play with one of HashiCorp's products besides Vagrant, and look at that. So here we go. We're back to the Vault page, user identity with Vault. How Vault works. Okay. Wait, is this a HashiCorp dude or is it Cloud Foundry dude? Oh, that's ARM. This is the actual HashiCorp founder. All right, can we watch this? Oh, make the screen. Hey, wait, can you see it? It's 16 minutes.
I'm Arman, and today I want to spend some time talking about Vault. So when we talk about Vault, the problem we're really talking about solving is
we're gonna listen to
the
Arman.
secret management problem. And so when we start talking about
Arman, I want a job.
The first question that naturally comes up is, what is a secret? So when we talk about secret management, what we're really talking about is managing a set of different credentials, right?
Let's
so
go
what we mean
whiteboard.
when we talk about these credentials is anything that might grant you authentication to a system or authorization to a system, right? So some examples of this might be usernames and passwords.
And do you need to watch this?
It might be things like database
I don't think I need
credentials.
to watch this.
It might be things
15
like
minutes.
API tokens, or it might be things like TLS certificates.
The
point is, any of these things, we can use these management. So again, this is
Yeah,
living
can
in
you speed it
Plain
up?
Text and Chef or Puppet or Ansible, and so anyone can log in and see
And we
what
can
these
see it
credentials
too.
are. And ultimately, all of this typically ends up living in a version control system like GitHub or GitLab or Bitbucket. And so these things end up sort of strewn about or sprawled all over our infrastructure. And so what are the challenges with this world? Well, we don't really know who has access to all these things. We don't know, does anyone in our organization have access to GitHub? Can they log in and see the source code and thus see what our database credentials are, right? And even if they could do it, we don't know if they have done it. We have no.
Damn it! Do I have to speed it up again now? Oh my god. I am such a fail.
I'm Arman, and today I want to spend some time talking about Vault. So when we talk about Vault, the problem we're really talking about solving is the secret management problem. And so when we start talking about secret management, the first question that is, what is a secret? So when we talk about secret management, what we're really talking about is managing a set of different credentials.
I want to zoom in.
So what we
Can
mean
I zoom
when
in?
we talk about these credentials is anything that might grant you authentication to a
Can't zoom
system
in.
or authorization to a system, right? So some examples of this might be
Full
usernames
screen.
and passwords.
Oh my god.
It might be things like database credentials. It might be things like API tokens. Or it might be things like TLS certificates.
Yeah,
The
can I
point is,
faster?
any of these things, we have a certificate, and so we're using it to authorize access potentially. So all understand, who's been using these things, and in the case of most of these, we want some story around how we can periodically rotate these.
All right.
As we mean by secret sprawl is that these end up everywhere. They're in
You
plain text
can-
inside of our source code. So maybe
yes,
it's
there's
hard
stuff
coded in the header
everywhere.
what the username and password is. It ends up
I
inside things
agree.
like
But I don't want that. I just want
again,
I just want my
this is living in
certs.
plain text in Chef or Puppet or Ansible, and so anyone can log in and see what these credentials are. And ultimately, all of this typically ends up living in a version control system like GitHub or GitLab or Bitbucket. And so these things end up sort of strewn about or sprawled all over our infrastructure.
Yep.
And so what are the challenges with this world? Well, we don't really know who has access to all of these things. So we don't know
No, we
if
do
anyone in
not.
our organization with access to GitHub, can they log in and see the
That
source code
is
and thus see what
very
our database
true.
credentials are. Right? And even if they could do it, we don't know if they have done it. We have no audit trail that says just because Armand could have seen that secret, did he go in and access
That's
it? So
definitely
we really have no
true.
fine-grained ability to manage who has access or to even audit who's done what with it. Worst
Yep.
case, how do we actually rotate any of these things? So if we realize we do need to change our database credentials, there's been a compromise or we're doing a periodic rotation, it's very, very difficult if we're in a place where it's...
I get
and
it.
So this state of the world,
We
how
agree.
improve it? And so this is right? So instead of having things live everywhere, we move all of these secrets to a central
Into
location.
one
and vault
place.
promises that
Okay,
between
we
vault and
centralize
any
all
device
the
that want
secrets. I
access.
get it.
Now, if you could see where the secret is stored at rest, it's encrypted.
It's
So you
called
don't get
Vault.
implicit
That was
access
kind of
to just be able to see
implied.
the secret. The next thing is Vault lets us overlay.
Wait. Encryption at rest?
Unlike
Thank
these systems
God.
where we were storing the stuff in plain text, at least now if you could see where the secret is stored at rest, it's encrypted. So you don't get implicit access to just be able to see the secret. The next thing is
Good.
Vault lets us code. Now we can go much more fine-grained and say everything. And then on top of this, we have an audit trail. So now we can actually see
Audit
over
trail,
how these
yep.
things are all the
I
world of
get it.
centrality.
That's great. I agree
So
with that.
this becomes our first level thing. The
That's
next
what
level
I like.
challenge
They
becomes
think about
realizing
things that
who we're
companies
giving these
care
credentials
about.
to, right? So great, we've stored all these credentials safely in Vault. Inevitably, the application will log its credentials
Full
out to a
disclosure,
logging
I
system.
wrote
So it might write it out
audit
the standard out.
software
This gets
at
shipped off to
IBM.
Splunk and is now in a central log that anyone can see. It shows up in any sort of diagnostic output, monitoring systems when there is an error, and controlling it and encrypting it on the way to the application. And the idea behind a dynamic secret is instead of providing a long-lived credential to the application, which it inevitably leaks, we provide short-lived ephemeral credentials. So these things are dynamically created.
Oh, you're
and they're
doing
ephemeral.
OAuth and IDC
So we might
stuff
only give
to
a
get to
credential
it.
to an application that's valid for, say, 30 days. Bounded
How is
period
that
of time.
different
So it
than
might write it to a logging
Key-
system,
than
and that
Keycloak?
becomes visible, but we create a moving client. So previously, if I had 50 web servers, all of them would come in and read a static database credential.
So far,
And
it's
this
just
means if there's a
Keycloak.
compromise and that database credential gets out, it's each of those 50 web servers had a unique credential. So we know
I
very
don't know.
specifically web
That
machine
was-
42 was the point of compromise, right? The last
More
thing
than
this
20
lets us
years
do
ago.
is have a much better
No,
revocation
not
story.
20 years ago.
So
It
now
was-
we know web machine 42 was our point
was
of
9 I
compromise.
left.
We can revoke the password, username and password for just web machine 42 and isolate that leak. But if all 50 machines were sharing the same username and password, the moment we try and revoke it, we'd cause the entire service to have an outage, right? So the blast radius of a revocation is much larger when you have a shared secret versus a dynamic secret. The third challenge we found was that applications are often storing data ultimately. And so the challenge
If you
becomes,
know it,
right,
it's
how
called
do the
it was
applications
Virtual
protect their
Server
own data
Administrator.
at rest?
I wrote
Because
the
we're not going to be able
network
to store
protocol
all,
and used
all the
GPG, so
information
everything was
within Vault.
encrypted
Vault
at
is not just
rest.
to manage secrets, not anything that might be confidential.
But this was
so what we often see
years
is that when
ago.
Vault is being used as a centralized sort of secret management store, people are storing encryption keys.
Okay, so he's talking about encryption keys. So far, I haven't seen anything that distinguishes this from Keycloak. And that troubles me because, why have two things?
Inside of Vault, and then distribute that key back out to the application. The application is doing cryptography to protect data at rest. What we find, though, is mistakes. Oftentimes, it compromises the whole cryptography when those mistakes are made. And so one of the challenges we often look at is how do we get away from Vault just storing an encryption key and handing it to the application and assuming the app will do cryptography right? Instead of expecting that we're just going to deliver a key to a developer and the developer implements cryptography correctly, card information, and a separate one I call a social security number and one for PII. And these are just names. I'm going to just name this key,
security numbers,
and I'm not going
like
to
that.
actually give this value out. But then what become the
those
classic
are
operations you
secrets.
expect, right?
Yeah.
Things like encrypt or decrypt or sign.
Yeah,
What I wanna
this is
do-
one of the reasons I think knowledge of something like Vault is really, really critical for any kind of enterprise application. Because how many times do we have to hear about Equifax getting hacked and all of that security data getting dumped? People don't even encrypt the fields in the databases. It's just like a plain old SQL query. You think that the... Okay, Rob.
All
I
the
can't
shielding
think
is the
about that. It makes
implementation
me so
is being
angry.
provided.
Like the most private, most important data, personal data, financial data stored in the world, at least in America, was unencrypted at rest in crappy databases that had SQL injection errors at Equifax. You would think that company would have been under some sort of requirement from the government to actually not do what they did.
By Vault. So
That
we don't
data
have to
never
trust the
showed up, by the
developers
way. That data that got hacked never showed up. Everybody, they know that it was compromised, but it never showed up because, and I quote another security guy, it was likely a state actor that still has possession of it.
implemented these high-level operations correctly, and the key management is also being provided by Vault. The developer never actually sees the
It
underlying
never
key.
showed up on the market.
This lets us do a few things. One, it ensures that the cryptography is correctly implemented because we're using a vetted implementation by Vault. This implementation is vetted both by us, by the open source community, and by external auditors that we use. It also lets us offload key management. So if we think cryptography is hard, key management's even harder. And so in practice, when you ask how many applications properly implement key versioning, key rotation, key decommissioning, and the full life cycle.
Yes, the life cycle of keys. If it does the life cycle of keys, I'm sold.
But by offloading this to Vault, we can actually use
That's the main problem
to do all of this. So we get the full key life cycle as well, provided by Vault. And so in practice, these end up being the three major challenges that we're trying to help developers with, right? How do we move these credentials out of plain text and sprawled across many different systems into a scenario where they're centrally managed with tight access control and clear visibility? To then, how do we go even further and protect against applications that aren't necessarily to be trusted in keeping secrets? And we do this by being ephemeral. So we create this moving target where what we're really managing is that the web server should have access to the database,
that's a great idea.
and the credential that enables it is a dynamic one instead of static. And then lastly, how do we go further in helping the application protect its own data at rest? And that's done through a series of key management and high-level cryptographic
Key management,
offload. So these three are kind of the core principles of Vault. So now maybe we'll zoom in quickly and talk a bit about high-level architecture. How does this actually get implemented? So when we talk about Vault's architecture, there's a few important things to realize. One is that Vault is highly pluggable. It has many different plug-in mechanisms. So when we talk about Vault, it has the central core, which has many responsibilities, including sort of the lifecycle management, ensuring request, is the authentication backends. These are what allow Vault to allow clients to authenticate from different systems. So for example, if we're booting an EC2 VM, this EC2 VM might authenticate using our AWS, for example, a web server. But if we have a human using a high-level platform, maybe something like Kubernetes, we might be using our Kubernetes authentication provider. And the goal of these authentication providers is to take some system we trust, whether it's Kubernetes, LDAP, or AWS, and use this to provide application or human identity.
I am totally
At the end of the day, that's what we're getting out of this, is a notion of the identity of the client.
This actually would cover the identity management piece that I was going to do with Open. I was going to do with what was I going to do? Open LDAP and Kerberos, and it looks like Vault does it by default. So we can access
this is great,
those
and then we
things.
use that to connect to an auditing backend, which allows us to connect and stream out request response
the key is going to be
system.
the connection points with Kubernetes.
So this might be Splunk as an example, where we're going to send all of our different audit logs. Vault will allow us to have multiple different audit logs, so we can also send to Splunk as well as a system like syslog as an example. Thing somewhere, and so these are what we call could be a standard RDBMS.
Does it integrate with SSH and like private? Can you tie it into? I imagine you can tie it into PAM and everything. I mean, why? If you can't tie it into SSH PAM, I would be really surprised. I mean, that would be like the first thing, right? Hell, I mean, if you do this, you could set up. It's basically NIS, everything NIS wanted to be, but more.
MySQL Postgres, it could be a system like Consul, it could be a cloud-managed database like Google Spanner.
SSH creds.
But the goal of these backend systems is to provide
shit, really? That's even better. That's even better.
Durable storage in a way that's highly available.
That is
so
really,
you can tolerate
really cool.
the loss of one of these backend systems. The last bit is how does Vault provide access to different secrets? These are the secret backends themselves. And so these come in a few different forms. So the biggest use of these is to enable the dynamic secret capability we talked about before. So one form of secret backend is a simple one. It's just key value. So I might just store a static username and password in there, and I'm giving it a username and a password, and these things are static. And this is just a key value store that's encrypted at rest. However, as we get more sophisticated, we might want to use the dynamic secret capability we talked about. And so that is where these different plugins
dynamic secret
capability. So we have different database plugins. So database plugin will allow us to dynamically manage MySQL and Postgres and Oracle and et cetera credentials. We have things like RabbitMQ.
It's like a token, but
so
not.
maybe we're doing dynamic credentialing for our message queues. But
You've been setting us up in your infrastructure? It's so nice to get the fingerprint can't be verified message on initial SSH connection. No, I can't. The fingerprint can't be verified message. Oh, I hate that. It always been annoying.
You can even apply the same principle to something like AWS. We might have applications that need to read and write from S3, but we don't want to give them long-lived access to IAM. So instead we define a role in our AWS backend, and we'll go and dynamically generate short-lived credentials.
This is brilliant.
As needed. So this extends that sort of dynamic.
It's just what I would expect from Hashicorp.
This is an extension point that allows Vault to apply the same principle to many different things. One common use of this is PKI. So in practice, certificate management tends to be a nightmare, and what we often see is very long-lived certificates, maybe 5 to 10-year lived certificates, because we don't want to go through the process of generating them. Versus with Vault, we can.
Most people that think about SSH, they don't even remember that you can use certs. People from my community, my age anyway, that you can use search for identity management and log, instead of doing the public thing. I mean, it is a public thing, I guess.
Can define them and programmatically generate it. So in practice, people use very short-lived certificates, maybe as short as 72, 24 hours. And this way, you're constantly moving and creating a moving target. This list sort of goes on and includes things like SSH as an example, so we can broker access to SSH as well, so you don't have a single pen to rule them all across a large state of machines. So at its core, this is what makes Vault so flexible, right? It allows Vault to manage clients that are authenticating against a different set of identity providers.
Yeah.
We can.
I am installing Vault right now. Yeah. We got, believe it or not, let me just recap really quick for those who just joined us. So I was doing identity management stuff Earlier I did identity management, but not now. And actually, this is almost over. So
Audit against a different variety of different
I'll
trusted
go
sources.
back and do that.
Log management, we can store data in almost any durable system, and then we can extend the surface area of what types of
Provision via
secrets to be
OIDC
either
with key
statically
cloak.
or dynamically managed by
What?
adding new secret backends. So this becomes Vault in a single instance nutshell. So as we
Wait. The short-lived provision with OIDC with Keycloak. So there's going to be some overlap with Keycloak. Are you saying that you have Keycloak in your environment and Vault?
talk about running a Vault instance, each instance of it is one of these. And then
I was
in a
super
broader
curious
deployment,
about that
what this will look like
specific
is
fact.
we run multiple Vault instances to provide high availability. So at the highest level, we'd have a shared backend. For example, this might be console, which internally is 3 different servers as an example, providing us HA. And then we'll run multiple Vaults in front. And what Vault does is it'll coordinate with the shared backend to perform leader election. So one of these might be elected our current leader. And so as a client, when we're making requests, we're talking to the leader. And even if we talk to sort of a non-leader, we'll be transparently forwarded to the active leader.
Ansible,
And so in this way,
Ansible
if any particular node dies, power loss, process crashes, maybe network connectivity is an issue, we will detect this, promote a new one to
Ansible
leader
Vault is a
automatically,
different thing,
and this
yeah?
instance takes over active operation, and our other secondaries will begin to promote. And so this is what Vault looks like at a high level. It operates as sort of a shared network service, and we're talking to it just as an API client over the network. So what Vault typically exposes is a RESTful JSON API.
It's going to end up going on
It's
my...
JSON over HTTP, making it relatively easy.
This looks like they're setting up HA for
I hope this was useful as a
Vault.
high-level introduction to Vault. And please check out
That
our
means
other
there's going to be
resources
HA.
below.
I was actually going to put Vault on Hashicorp stuff. Yes, yeah. I've never heard of Ansible Vault. Let's actually go read about that really quick. Ansible Vault. Description can encrypt and structure data file using Ansible. It's not the same thing at all. Same word, but different thing. This is Ansible dash Vault. Good step. I don't think I'm going to go with small step because it doesn't. I thought it was powered by step CA. Intermediate CA learn. Step CA. Topics about the intersection 85 and 9. This looks very, very precise. Yeah, it's definitely not the same. Initialize certificate authority. The certificate authority is what you'll be using to issue signed certificates. Run a command step CA init. Did they actually put an underscore in a command that I have to run from the command line? Oh no, it's step-based CA. Okay. Generating root certificates. I mean, it seems, yeah. It seems, the thing I like about it is how focused it is. You know? Yeah, I can see the appeal for sure. Yeah, Step CA is a very focused, we just do PKI and we're going to help you get those certs and be done. Versus we're going to be all secrets for all things and we're going to help you manage everything and we're going to have multiple, ways of getting into it. And we're going to take on integration with identity management and we're going to integrate with SSH and we're going to do this and this. So Vault tries to do a lot more than this. There's something to be said to do one thing really well and not try to overstretch. Even though I have complete confidence Vault can do that. Yeah, I know. I'm kind of sold on that. Yeah, I could see using Step CA to generate the certificates and then using Ansible Vault, as that's what somebody was saying, to store the stuff so that it's encrypted at rest. And then you're dealing with your own playbooks and you're just doing your PKI or you don't care about the rest. You don't have another piece of infrastructure to maintain. On the other side, there's things about Vault that I haven't encountered yet, such as I was planning on setting up Open LDAP and and Keycloak and Kerberos and all that. And I have a feeling Vault does all that automatically. So that is interesting. They have the best MTLS and zero trust right up on the internet. I believe it. They also don't have a sexy website. As much as I was having fun with that, that usually means they're better. In my experience, in my 30 years of experience, the lamer the website, the better the technology. That's a professional opinion. So, make a note of the root fingerprint. Recap what? Oh, you wanted me to do the recap of where we're at and why we're here? Okay, so let me go back to my pretty diagram, pretty picture that I drew. So what time is it? I only going to do this. I'm going to do this in 3 minutes tops. Okay, I'm going to time myself because a lot of people here already know they don't want to recap, right? So first of all, the best place to go get a play-by-play of everything that's happening is on my GitHub page, artavixrob/homelab. And it's a wild ride. I'm not promising you consistency. I am flip-flopping on choices like every day. And I am doing really stupid things every day. Occasionally I'll have an aha moment that somebody might not have seen and you might be interested in that. But I've never done this level of IT deployment. So I'm learning a bunch of things. I mean, I have done it in the past, but it was a long time ago. So it's changed in a decade, and I'm learning everything. So that's where I'm coming from. So in my home lab, I've deployed Kubernetes, and I want to deploy Kubernetes and a number of other technologies, but that has required having a bunch of decisions up front, including networking and something as simple as, whether I use pfSense or OpenSense and all that stuff. But fast forwarding to this decision, I went to go run my Kube-ADM init, which I've done last year. I know how to do it. And I was like, no, I want to do the right thing, because the right thing is not the default certificates. The default certificates that are set up with Kube-ADM are a mess. They're good enough to do what you want to do quickly and dirty, and then tear the cluster down, and then, Homelab, that kind of thing, is like one step above Minikube or something, right? Kube-ADM, but it's not enterprise worthy, and everybody has said so many times. That it's also on the site. So as I was going through and asking myself, what is enterprise worthy, I had to also ask myself, do I actually understand certificates, period? And the whole PKI thing, the whole credential authority, certification authority, the last time I dove into that was 94, 96, when I was Nike's webmaster. And so I had to refresh on my knowledge in this. And there are more than 20 hours of video of me catching myself up on all of this. Tiny things like what's a PEM versus a CRT and a .key file. How does this relate to pub key cryptography? Blah blah blah. And in the process, so in the process, I have, it has become, people who know more than I have on the thing have said, no, you actually want to do a proper PKI. You want to have your offline CA cert at the root, and you want to have your intermediary steps here. You have your intermediary CAs, and then sign all of this stuff, and then you want to provide these level CI. There's many things you can do to set up Kubernetes. You can let Kubernetes do its own thing, which will give you this. You can tell Kubernetes that you want to give it 3 root certs and make your own root level CAs and give them this, or you can give Kubernetes all of the low-level certs for every single component, of which there's like 16 of them. So if you wanted to do that, you could do that. That would be the equivalent of giving them all of these, as opposed to any CA at all. And the only reason you would do that is if you didn't want to put your private key, which you have to provide with your CAs if you're going to do it that way. So those are the 3 ways to use Kube-ADM to set up the certs. None of that is documented from the Getting Started guide at all. We had to go find it some other place. And so that, that became an issue. And then preparing for this caused me to make a bunch of other decisions, like, do I really want this domain name, because it's now going to be codified into my CA? I was using example.com. I'm going to be changing that. do I really want to do all of this using OpenSSL or Cloudflare SSL? Do I want to do all that? Do I want to write a bunch of shell scripts? And then it was like, no, I don't want to do that, because if I do a kubeadm YAML file, I'm already biting off on the template approach, so I might as well use Ansible for that. And now I'm doing Ansible to deploy my stuff, and then I have to grab tokens instead of the certs. And how does that all come together? Am I going to use OpenSSL, or am I going to use CFSSL? And then people are like, well, why don't you use an HSM, which is a physical token generator? And they said, why don't you just use something like Vault? And so it kind of went down this dovetailed rabbit hole of, well, I guess you have to have actual PKI, and that has led us to Vault. So Vault is very much an enterprise-worthy, PKI central tool that is laser focused on all of the components necessary for a zero trust architecture. But believe it or not, that's not as focused as something like stepca, like we've been looking at, because that is even more focused on one thing, just creating the PKI stuff. That's it. Not identity management, not integration with LDAP, not integration with Kubernetes. It doesn't care. It just gets you your certs, sounds like. And so that's where we're at. That's where we're at. And I started the night really dedicated to installing Vault. But as usual, people are introducing me to new things here. So as we go, I very frequently, I'm fond of like evaluating all of the other versions. EasyRSA is another very unsexy website. This is the one. So Mossy has been fond of reminding me that Charmed Kubernetes from Ubuntu from Canonical supports several of these PKI tools, including Vault, right, Mossy, and EasyRSA. So this is an easy shell-based RSA. And so that's where we're coming from. Most people won't need any of this. It does support Vault and EasyRSA. So that knowledge, what other huge companies that are creating turnkey solutions have decided to bless and support. Does anybody know if OpenShift supports Vault? I guess they have their own though, right? OpenShift has their own version of Vault, doesn't it? What's the OpenShift equivalent of Vault? Does anybody know? The step CA stuff. Yeah. Configuring step CA provisioners. Let me just go by provisioner. Provisioner types, ACME. Everybody keeps talking about ACME provisioner, and I don't know what they're talking about. An ACME provisioner allows the client to request a certificate from the server using the ACME protocol. Oh, I do not know what that is. The provisioner supports issuing 509 certificates with IPs. It supports this and this and this. ACME challenge types. Authentication of the CSR is managed by the ACME protocol. What does CSR stand for again? People keep throwing that word around, and I don't remember it. CSR. Assert signing request? Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know. I hate it when people use acronyms and expect you to know them, and other people feel like they have to like pretend that they know them when they really have no idea what they are. Here's one. What does the network, what does the NIT in the networking world, what does NIC stand for? People get this wrong all the time. Are you sure? I'm having fun with you. It actually doesn't stand for card. It's not card. It's controller. And so I was once yelled at, I'm not even kidding, by a pedantic network engineer while we were going on a fucking field trip to Davidson College about how annoyed he is, not yelled at, about how annoyed what he is that when people call things NIC cards, about how annoying it is that everybody use that. And I went home thinking that I had been an idiot my whole life, and I looked it up and I was fucking right. And this jerk who decided to make me feel small, even though I brought 20 people to a tour of his network infrastructure, was wrong. So there. He was totally wrong. Saying NIC card is absolutely valid. Why? Can you have a network interface controller without a card? Hell yeah. You can have it built into the motherboard. I have systems that have it. I have single board computers that don't have a NIC card. That is a legitimate term. We're the knights who say knee card. So there. Now you know. But it's what it is. It's like somebody who thinks they know what the acronym their whole life is. They don't look it up. I'm going to ask the question: what does it actually mean? You're stealing it. Knights who say knee card. It's CSR, not CRT. That's a monitor. That's like some ancient knowledge in my head right there. CRT. It's a CRT monitor. All right. So certificate signing request. What I'm trying to do is not be embarrassed for not knowing crap, because I don't know things, and I'm going to tell you I don't know things. That's something about me that some people know. I don't know what ACME is. I've never known what it is. People keep throwing ACME around. I'm like, the only time I've ever heard of ACME is in the Roadrunner cartoons. So if this is something, I should probably read about it. You don't know ACME? Oh my God. What kind of engineer are you? I have no idea what it is. I hate engineers that pretend they know everything. I hate them. I don't hate them. Hate is a strong word. They annoy me. Is that better? Is that better? You know the type who are like, I know all things. It's like, oh yeah, oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah. They pretend like they knew it all. I hate that. I hate that. Just own that you don't know something. It doesn't take away from your expertise to say that you had Nick wrong your whole fucking life. It refuses to admit they don't know stuff as an idiot. I agreed. I look. Anyway, last time I opened XPK, it was buggy. Really? I use ACME for my reverse proxy to keep the HTTP certs updated. Nice. See, I would not have known that. This is definitely an RFC that's all wrapped in nice and texty. Let's read it. You can't know it all. It's impossible. And assuming that you do can get you in real big trouble. Because people will make assumptions about the things that you know, and then they'll assign you to do something you have no idea to do, and everybody will be in danger, especially if you try to do it. If you go to the person and say, I have zero experience in this, and they'll be like, well, learn it. I was like, okay, but is there somebody more experienced that you can have do this or that I can pair with? I'm like, well, let's see what we can do. There's no shame in that. You're not going to lose your job over that. Anyway, LSBK is for this block. Yeah, me too. I think LSBLK. I look up things even which, by the way, if you're not looking, I say this all the time in the boost. This is why I do text-based research, because it's crazy fast. I don't know if you've seen it, but when I'm looking up answers on the command line, nothing faster than that. I'm sorry. I will fight you all day on that. I can find shit on the command line way faster than people can through these web browser thingies, these newfangled GUI web browser thingies. And you don't just have to be an old graybeard to appreciate text-based browsing. So anyway, Internet Engineering Task Force, ACME, Automatic Certificate Management Environment. Wow, that's a mouthful. That's a mouthful. Oh, my pomo's going to end in 5 minutes. I know, I got to get ready. I feel like I did something. I know I'm burping. I had beans for dinner. I know you didn't want to know that. I'm the YouTuber who burps in the mic and tells you what they had for dinner. Instead of making a really fancy thumbnail. Wow. Those are all my poses for thumbnails. List information about block devices. That's what it says. Okay. Let's just read this. I'm sorry. I know it's a rabbit hole, but I still want to know what ACME is because I don't want to be left in the dark. Wait. Who's texting me? Somebody's texting me. Probably my wife. Public key infrastructure using X509 PKIX. I did not know X509 was PKIX. See, there's another thing I just learned. Somebody used the term earlier, open PKIX, and I was like, what the hell is that? Sounds to me like it's a fancy way of saying X509 certificates. Yet again, another thing I did not know. I don't know what the acronym means. Another way to say X509. Certificates. I mean, that's what it looks like. Locate, print, block device attributes. Nice. Yeah, public key infrastructure using X509 PKIX certificates are used for a number of purposes. The most significant of which, this is really small. I'm sorry. How about that? Is that better? The most significant of which is the authentication of domain names. So ACME is used to authenticate domain names. No wonder it's popular lately. That's how you own a company, own their domain name. Thus, certificate authorities, CAs, in the web PKI, PKIX. Apropos, yes. Are trusted to verify that the applicant for a certificate legitimately represents the domain name in the certificate. As of this writing, this verification is done through a collection of ad hoc mechanisms. This document describes a protocol that a CA and an applicant can use to automate the process of verification of certificate issuance. So this is, I'm going to use the words now so that they stick in my head. So ACME is a protocol or a method, I guess, of CSR, of handling CSRs. It's a way of handling CSRs. So a CSR is, hey, I want a cert. And, up till an hour ago, the way of saying, hey, I want a cert would have been run OpenSSL and get the stuff that comes out of it. But a CSR requesting a certificate, a CA, or a certificate from a CA or a tool like Vault or any of these tools is a process where you're actually using another piece of infrastructure to get that information, whether it's cloud or local. Okay. So an ACME is one of those protocols, an automatic certificate management environment. So that would mean that Vault is an ACME. That might be an ACME instance or not. Spell an acronym with the first use acronym as parents. Oh, that's cool. So this document describes a protocol that a CA and an applicant can use to automate the process of verification and issuance. And ACME will verify the requester is what they claim it is. Interesting. 1 minute left. The protocol also provides facilities for other certificate management functions, such as certificate revocation, which is, by the way, the main reason that you want to use certs from a root CA, because the root CA can take away everything. If the root CA, and I'll use my spiel here, if in this environment, if for some reason all of these certs were compromised, I can't revoke them. If all of these certs are compromised, I cannot revoke them. In this environment, I could revoke them, and I would have an intermediate CA. In fact, now that I think about it, I might actually want 2 layers of intermediate CA here, because I could have one CA, not worth correcting, sorry, but I could have one CA that is all of Kubernetes, right? So I can have one CA that is over my entire Kubernetes CAs for my production cluster. And I can have another CA, an intermediate CA. I'm actually going to amend this whole thing now that I'm thinking about it. I could have another CA that is over my entire private Kubernetes cluster. So let's say any part of my Kubernetes cluster is compromised in my infrastructure. By revoking the CA, I automatically turn off every certificate that's ever been used in that environment. So this level of hierarchy is really going to be a thing. I'm super glad that we're talking about this, because that is why that kind of like revocation and rotation and stuff like that is important. I think it's very important. Thank you. Yes, I do need to go. Let's go take care of life. But in the default system, I could never do that. I could revoke this key and kill all of this key chain, but I can't revoke this. So I have no way. If I want to revoke authentication oh, this is so great. I mean, because this is, yeah, I need to make one change here before I abandon this, right? I'm going to make it so that I have, CAs for the different things. Yeah, and I don't know how to do that, but I definitely want to. I just want to make it so otherwise I'm going to forget. So this would be like, each one of these would be like a different. I don't know how to draw this, but yeah. So this would be here. Whoopsie. This would be here. And this would be here. See, these are equivalent to these things, right? So then you have the 3 root CAs, and then that gives all the search from there. So this is definitely what I'm going to do. And then this will be, yeah, this would be, I'm going to say Kate's cluster wide intermediate CAs. So this would be cluster wide intermediate CAs. And then this is, yeah, I should say cluster root intermediate CAs. And then we have a, we have the Kubernetes, the Kate's top level intermediate CAs, and that so basically this matches this, and we can make this. Let's do that. Let's go ahead and make this the same color as that. I can go take a break. You see what I'm saying? So there is no root CA in this environment, and in this environment, I really want to do this because this means that we've got a very important intermediate step here. It's like kind of pink. We'll make it pink. So another set of cluster root for that cluster. Yeah, but I want to be able to cancel them. The secret to this, and this is one of the reasons I'm glad we're going through the PKI stuff. We just read the words that really brought this home for me. The words that we read were that you want to be able to take back or to cancel not just one cert, but everything it's ever made. OCMS, no. Hey, Breno, how are you? No, this is it kind of could be, couldn't it? We are going to do some OCMS eventually, but right now we're a long way from it. Where is the link we had? Okay, so here's the ACME thing. And we clicked on the ACME protocol. Let's finish reading the ACME protocol. Oh yeah, we're making a YouTube video about credentials and PKI public key infrastructure. So, okay, this is business writing. So ACME is an implementation of a protocol that allows container or certificate resource requests or something, submission signing requests or something. Internet standard. And I don't really need to know how it does it. I just need to know that it does it. Okay, so I am going to put ACME as a reference here, though, in my docs. There's a lot. I mean, a lot of this stuff that we're doing, yes, it's related to setting up Kubernetes, but it's filling a much more important gap in my knowledge about overall security management in the company, and specifically zero trust implementations of that, which are very modern. Those are not anything that anybody's doing. Certificate revocation list. Is that a thing? That's another one, right? Yeah. But let me ask a question. So, and then I'll go. I promise. I'm going to take my break. A CR. Let's say you got your certificates compromised, right? I'm asking from. So where's my thing? So let's say that one or more of your Kubernetes certificates is compromised, and you need to pull the certs from that entire thing. You don't want anything to have access to those certs. What do you do? Oh, that was very kind. Thank you for the follow. What would you even do there, right? What would you pull? And how would you do it? So we know that, I mean, I'm new at this stuff, but we know that by having a CA, you can revoke a CA, or the CA can revoke the certs that it has put out there, right? So in this case, we could have, the reason for use to ACME is you're not keeping the certs very long, right? Well, in this case, we're keeping them long, but I think we still, the task that I don't understand, I mean, we've been kind of talking around the main task, which is to like create the certs in the first place, which we were going to use OpenSSL or CFSSL for. And now we're talking about using Vault for that kind of thing, for generating the initial certs, including the root CA. But another one of those, use cases is revoking the thing. And I don't know what that would be. So here in the imaginary scenario that our certificate authorities are compromised on our Kubernetes cluster, and we need to revoke them all and reissue. What would we do? And I really want to know the steps of that, because that is a very legitimate Kubernetes administrator task to do on the security front. And especially if you're doing it like this and you're storing the private keys on all of this stuff. If you're actually leaving the CA keys, which is, what you would be doing, right? This is if that happens here, you'd have to redo these. You'd have to make 3 brand new ones, I guess. I guess you could do that. But I get the feeling that it would be easier if you had a root intermediate CA that manages those CAs, and then you just pull that. You revoke that CA and say anything that was made with this CA is no longer valid, and then you go about the business of making a new one. And those tasks need to be facilitated. How would you actually do those things? Would you do them by how would you do those things? Bottom line, what would be the commands? Where would your certificates live? Would they be in GitHub, like Mr. Hashicorp was saying? And that's where Vault comes in. So I'm going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to finish going down the Vault path. And I'm all but convinced to keep Vault. I love the fact that things like Small Step exist. See, here we go. Step CA. I get a feeling that like Vault, that Small Step is kind of like when you want to do a more granular approach to certificates, and you want to deal with your own storage of the certificates. It doesn't appear to me that there's any way to store the certificates. And somebody said that a solution like Small Step would pair well with Ansible Vault, not to be confused with Hashicorp Vault, which, as I understand it, just saves stuff at rest encrypted. I don't know that. Let's go read that. There's actually Ansible Vault. Help. Oops. So Ansible Vault is a thing. Encryption and decryption utility for Ansible data files. So this is just a generic way to encrypt stuff at rest, which could serve as a non-all-inclusive solution for secrets, saving your secrets. And if you combine that with Step CA, if you like a more granular Unix-like approach, sounds like, I don't know, but it sounds like what people are saying is you could use Step CA to generate the keys, or OpenSSL for that matter, and which is horrible, right? Step CA seems like it's so much easier to do certificate management. And then you would do that, and then you would combine it with something that stores stuff at rest. And then you're probably combining that with GitHub or something like that in addition to that. Vault is taking a much more monolithic approach to that idea and saying, no, you're going to put all these things in an enterprise quality, service, and you're going to be able to integrate it with all your other stuff. So I could see the draw of both of these approaches. I really can. And I'm going to go take a break and think about it. But I'm pretty much decided on Vault because it is an enterprise solution, and my case study example scenario involves, a small underfunded think tank of machine learning Kubernetes, shop and they're probably going to want to use something that integrates. I also feel like this is going to cover some bases that I haven't yet covered, which are the whole identity management stuff. And it's got zero trust on the brain. Basically, they took the idea, it's both a pain and a mystery, and decided to fix it. They went with Vault and did it their own version. Did they? Yeah, they did. Yeah, I mean, who knows? I might try it for fun. I mean, I definitely want to try it. I don't know if I have time to evaluate everything before I make a decision right now. That's the hardest part right now of my process, is if I truly evaluated every option in the market with zero enterprise knowledge in that space. I mean, we'll be here forever. People say Christmas. I'm thinking like, May the 4th. So, I mean, if I had to make a decision based on nothing more than industry buzz, it would be Vault for sure. I do want to know what OpenShift's equivalent to this is. They have it. I just don't know what it is. I'm going to do a really quick search on that, and then I'll take a break. I'm 12 minutes over on my break. What is OpenShift equivalent to Hashicorp Vault? Integrating Hashicorp Vault into OpenShift. So I guess Red Hat supports Vault. So, I mean, at first blush, that's what it looks like. Best secrets management solution, Hashicorp versus OpenShift. Deploy and set up. Hashicorp, let's see. For those consider managing secrets on the container infrastructure layer, Hashicorp and OpenShift secret management options. Hashicorp is a stronger name in the secrets management, but OpenShift is a leading commercial container management solution and has its own vault called Secrets out of the box. Hashicorp Vault, so Red Hat basically had to offer it. They kind of bludgeoned them into it, right? Deployment and setup. Hashicorp offers two major options, open source and enterprise. So, I mean, I think that helps me make the decision, honestly, Sir Maxim. I really want to play with StepCA. I really do. I'm just not at that place yet. I think I probably will circle back and do both. I mean, because then, I mean, that's the wonder of having your own Homelab, is you can like completely deploy, a miniature cluster or something using one, and then do it to the other one, and then make an intelligent decision about which one you found easier to use based on facts and experience, as opposed to, some convention that you went to, or something, somebody told you about. So yeah, Hashicorp offers two major options: open source enterprise. Second is easier to implement, but overall due to flexibility of the use cases is a special implementer. Unseal the vault. Its implementation is not a cup of tea. There's something else called sealed secrets, which is not related to any of this, which we kind of bolted onto our Kubernetes cluster, which is 100% a Band-Aid, because we didn't think about managing secrets from the very beginning properly, in my opinion. And I really think that we need to look at this stuff. OpenShift secrets come as built-in OpenShift capability. Most of the people are gonna push back when I present some of these things. They'll be like, "Why are we doing this? Wait, this other thing works fine." I'm like, "It actually doesn't." So I want to really prepare the case for this. Hashicorp Vault is a proven solution where it is used by hundreds of orgs and scales well, especially enterprise version. That is probably the single biggest reason that I will decide to use Vault first. Because it's what's already used. But then again, most people use Red Hat in the enterprise, and I went with Ubuntu, so it's not always going to be a deciding factor for me in my Homelab, in my my business case kind of thing. HashiCorp OpenShift key differences, SSH keys, TLS keys, Docker credentials, service accounts, nobody login password pairs. The other thing about Vault that I like is that it's already going to integrate well with Console and Nomad, which I also want to test. In fact, there's a very real possibility I'm going to go with Nomad for my internal cluster and drop Kubernetes, except for testing and business support. Because I don't feel like I need a full Kubernetes deployment personally. I think Nomad might serve my purposes much better. But I don't know that yet, but I plan on testing them. But by the end of 2023, I may very well not have a lick of Kubernetes in my environment at all in production. It will just be Kubernetes on stuff so that I can use Kubernetes. I'm really, really interested in Nomad. I know it's not mainstream, but it's just so elegant, and and not doing overkill. You're thinking you're not doing it. Yeah. Well, yeah. 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 I definitely don't need it for the kind of applications I personally want to do in an orchestration environment, which is mostly pen testing and machine learning across multiple nodes and things like that. And we know that Nomad leverages GPU because it's the number one case study for its use is a 3D rendering shop. So and you know, HashiCorp is they have developer evangelists. They stream to Twitch all the time. So yeah, and they're just pretty smart over there. And you know what I like about? I'm going to say it again. One of the things I like about HashiCorp, and I said this before, my impression of HashiCorp is that they are the best of both worlds of Canonical and Red Hat. Red Hat is full of engineers who make shit that's overly bloated but brilliant, and Canonical tends to make simple things that are easy to turnkey, that are not particularly as complex by design usually. And I find that HashiCorp to me seems like they fit that middle space very well. They have usability in mind, they have practicality in mind, and they have like a crazy intelligent intellectual set of engineers who know what they're doing. So that's one of the reasons that I'm really attracted to that company in general. So anyway, I just put that out there. Time to take a break. Here's some music. We are back. Back from break. Time to set the pomo. Thank you for the reminders that I asked for. Another 58 minutes of semi-focused work. We do allow ourselves plenty of rabbit holes, but the goal is to learn Vault. The last rabbit hole was an evaluation of small step and step SA versus something like Vault. And while I'm extremely intrigued by it and I definitely want to test it, I'm going to proceed with Vault for now. Yeah. All right. So we're talking about backup Kubernetes is a totally different question. We just got done watching Armand talk to us about HashiCorp Vault and how it fits into the enterprise and all that. We did a comparison of Vault and OpenShift. It was suggested that Vault is compatible with OpenShift largely because Vault is the leader in this space in the enterprise, and so a lot of people have it, which is another compelling reason to learn it. I don't know. What about Lua? You got aliases and functions working in Vim? Cool. Can you get them working with exec syscalls though? Probably not. So, because you have to have we won't go there. Yeah. All right. So next, common cases for Vault. Secrets management, we talked about that. We're not going to go through that again. So how do you get it? How do you install it? What do you do? It's API driven. So I want to basically, I'll know we've succeeded when I have a root CA created in Vault that I can then use for my kubeadm and init stuff. Yeah, you can't. Not if you're going to do exec call from Go. You can't do that. You'd have to call a subshell of bash. And that's horrible. So, but anyway, it's a different topic. Mossy and I are always arguing about whether to make small commands or to use functions and aliases. Aliases are not as good as you think they are because they can't be used as Unix filters inside of applications like Vim and direct calls through exec and syscalls and stuff like that. It's a separate topic altogether, but anyway, let's go back to this. Try download I'm going to download Hashicorp Vault. I imagine I can't install it. So they have AMD 64 support, 386 support, Windows binary download. No, I don't want a Windows binary. I almost swore. No. How dare you suggest that just because I'm running Windows to access your website. Oh, okay. You just lost points in my book. You're using wget. I don't know if I can forgive them for that. I'm going to have to make a Vault installer. Obviously. And the question is, where do I put Vault in my enterprise, in my infrastructure? I kind of need a map of all my infrastructure. So, let me just show you this really quick. So, here's all the machines that are in my system right now. I don't like wget. I'm a big curl fan. Yeah, I'm a curl fan over wget. There's reasons to use both. Don't get me started on that. I would rather use curl. Anyway, so we can agree to disagree. But I'm still going to think less of you if you use wget. I'm just admitting it. Don't pretend you're not going to. Okay. What a stupid thing to look down on somebody for. You're absolutely right. I'm still going to do it. Okay. So where on earth do I put, where do I put my Vault? Do I put it on one of my Mac Minis? Do I put it on one of my MSI Tridents? Do I put it on the Mac Pro that's like shamefully hidden behind all the other fun things because it's so ugly? Do I put it on the iMac that... No. Do I put it on Raspberry Pis? No. Do I put it on the NVIDIA Jets and Nanos? No. Do I put it on... This doesn't have my OpenSense PF Sense router, nor does it have my Optiplexes in it yet. I got to update my list. Damn. I think I'm going to put it on the Z640, my main machine. And here's my thinking, okay? And you can tell me if I'm full of it. So all of the other components in my architecture, all the things you can see with lights on, are designed to be endpoint nodes of some kind. And they're going to be added to some form of orchestration cluster at some point. And only the Optiplexes, which have the fastest, they have like 3600 IOPS. They're the only ones that are here for, control plane kind of things. I mean, I wonder what the factors are for Vault in terms of like requirements and stuff. We should probably read that. But I have a feeling, so first of all, does Vault go in Kubernetes? No, right? Some of the core pieces of my architecture are not going to go in Kubernetes. In fact, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to install Harbor in Kubernetes either. You know what? Let's draw another picture. Can we draw a picture really quick? Will y'all permit me to draw another picture? Will you please allow me that thing? Yes. Okay, so that's the other thing I've been working on. I'm about to throw it away, so the only reason I have a lab like this, by the way, the short version, is because I ran a school-ish community, learning community, if you want to call it, and I dumped all that money out of my own retirement investment that was all running, and students were working on it for over 10 years. And so I just have the leftovers. It's all leftover. That's the only reason I have it. I wouldn't have it otherwise. There's no way I would drop that kind of money on something like that. No, not for this. I would probably buy a bunch of Dell Optiplexes if I had a choice to do it again. If I was doing it, and that's actually another part of the book I want to write. So like the Homelab guide, if you want a really cheap Homelab that's not Raspberry Pis because those are all ARM, buy a bunch of Dell Optiplexes for $100 each and, go to town. Plus then you should have, and this is where I want to make a picture. I think everybody should probably start their Homelab with a single multi-core, buffed out RAM virtual machine host. I think it's the most important piece of your architecture. Oh God, another drawing. So I don't want to make this one go away. I'm kind of scared. All right, we'll do it. That's also not in Git management or anything. So I gotta fix all of that. I got to get better with my drawings. Okay, so we're going to click on trash. Oh, no. Yes. All right. Visual learners don't want the drawings. Yeah, I kind of am. So here is, let me just quickly draw my infrastructure. Wait, I want the really messy one, though. Where's the messy one? I want messier. Messier, please. Messier Excalidraw. Oh, God. Wrong thing. Sorry. Where's the ultra messy Excalidraw library? What is that? Oh, man. I could have made my own personal library. Damn. I didn't even see that. Okay. Where is super messy? No, I don't want live calibration. Where's super messy? I look at the websites. There. Where's messy? Oh, it's here. Ah. This one, sloppiness. I want really sloppy. I want it to be sloppy. Does it stay sloppy? Please tell me it does. Does it stay sloppy? Okay, great. Arrowheads. All right, here we go. Sloppy. Here we go. So here is one rack. And here is another rack. And you're like, what are we building? Okay, these actually are kind of scooted next to each other, but you know what? I can even put like wheels on them. You want me to put wheels on them? This one has a wheel. And this one's got a wheel. That's a wheel. Do you like my wheels? You don't like my wheels. Okay, it doesn't need a wheel. All right, fine. So, I mean, I can learn in different ways. It's fine. So, I have this down here. So this is my HP. And then I have like the tridents. How many of them? 4, 5, 6. I have 6. I should probably just import a picture one of these days. That's probably what I should do. How do I copy and drag? Can you do that? Can you just copy and drag? No. What is copy and drag? Is it this? Is it this? Is it this? It goes like this. Ah, that is it. It's Alt, apparently. Okay, so these are my my tridents. And they're a little bit smaller. They're gaming machines. Right up here I have a CPU. I have a spot for UPS above there. So we'll do this. And I'm gonna make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-ish of them. That's not really the right size actually, but it will do. It'll do, pig. It'll do, pig. All right. So anyway, there's like 5 tridents, and they have little colors on them and stuff. And then up here I have like the PDU and the network and all that. We could probably shrink this down a little bit. I'll shrink this one down a bit. The reason I'm doing this is because I'm trying to decide where to put Vault. And I don't know where to put my Vault. I'm trying to decide the best place in my architecture to put it so, you know, we don't like break anything. Now, I actually have a bunch of these. And there must be skinnier than that because I actually have 10 of these. I like drawing, so I really love drawing. I was a drafter for years. My dad was a piping engineer and a drafter. I had all the drafting shit, his leftover stuff in my room. I loved it. So I think I may have done that just barely wrongly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Damn it. Okay. We need one more. We need one more. Yeah, okay, we can add one more. We can do it. You're like so annoyed right now with me. I don't care. All right, so there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Did I count wrong? Watch Rob fail accounting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No. Whew. Wow, that was going to be embarrassing. I was going to be really embarrassed with myself. Group G. All right, so we have 2 sets of 10. I may have bought an extra Mac Mini just so that I didn't have 19 because it was so annoying. I may have done that. So even though it was way more money than the Optiplex. So I hate Proxmox. I will never use it again. I tried Proxmox and it caused me to lose probably 12 hours of work. I will never use it again. You could call it user error or you could call it a failed architecture. I call it the latter. It doesn't work. It works if you have one server, the end. If you try to do anything more than that, good luck. So there, you asked, maybe you didn't, you got my opinion. Proxmox is horrible. It also requires you to install the Proxmox startup stuff, which is also horrible. This entire thing is probably going to all be PXE booted eventually. I'm going to do PXE boot on everything and do TFTP and iPXE and all that. Not right now, though. Right now, I've already gone through the pain and suffering of installing a Ubuntu server on something like 40 machines by hand. And that is the slow way to do it, I know, but I'm not going to redo it right now. Yeah, most people who talk about how awesome Proxmox have only used it for 1 or 2 servers. And for that, I imagine that's fine. Yeah, if you just want to point it at a server, great. But if you're going to try to use any of its clustering capabilities, forget it. It's too good to be true. I kind of felt like it was going into it, and it turned out to be too good to be true. Not to mention it slams your network because it's all extremely real-time communication if you do a cluster. I cannot overly discourage you from using Proxmox for multiple machines more because of that. And there are alternative architectures out there and tools out there. Frankly, I'm not even going to use it. I'm just going to use libvirt. So let me talk about this. So this here, let's put some. So we have the minis, and then I have 3 Dell Optiplex servers right here. They're about the same size as the mini, actually. They're kind of cool. I really love those Dell Optiplexes. I really love them. They're highly performant and they're cute and cheap and everything I like in a server. They're 7 inches. And they're really great. I have a third one right here that I run. Oopsie. And another one right here. And that runs next to a tiny little, I think it's actually called Vault. What is it called? The OpenSense thing I have. I forget the name of it. There's a little teeny tiny OpenSensey thing, which is super cute. It's super cute. And it goes right here. And, oh, I know. Yeah. And then, I mean, we have switches and stuff. So actually, we should put the switches in here. Yeah, I should just put the switches in here. So here's the PDU. So the top one is the PDU. This over here, we have 2 PDUs actually. 2 PDUs on this one, just because I needed the plugs, not so much for the amperage. So there's 2 PDUs. And then we have the switch and then the patch panel, which, by the way, I cannot emphasize enough is the best way to do it so you don't hide your blinky lights with your wires. So that's it. So this is should probably use a box for that. All right, so then we have the box. This is a NIC router, right? And then we have a patch panel. Yeah, and right here is a patch panel. And then I have another router, a switch, I should say, right here. I have lots of stuff to switch. I should probably put some blinky lights on there. These have little blinky light sections on them right here. There's probably like stuff for all this, but whatever. So those are switches. I do have a switch over here as well. Group. Group. I'll put this over here. I have a switch over here, right under the PDU, and then I have another patch panel. I need images for these. Yeah, I know. For posterity. So, I mean, this is just a patch panel. I mean, I know it's. I know it has like 24 of these little guys. Can I like zoom in? Yeah, I'm having fun. Leave me alone. 2, 3, 4. It's so much cooler like this. Look at how sloppy they are. It's awesome. Besides, then I can save it later. So there. Am I going to draw wires? No. Don't get worried. Don't get that worried. I'm not going to do that. Okay, it's just a sec here. I mean, this just takes me a little bit. It's fun. I'm having fun. My dopamine's going down. We're only 39 minutes left on our promo. You only get 24 of these, by the way, which is kind of lame. I use the keystones because somebody saved me from utter destruction by using patch panels with plugins, with pushdowns. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. I'll tell you what, I didn't know better. I cannot believe I almost did that. That would have been a disaster. So I didn't do it. Okay, we're going to select all of you and you, and then group you. Let's see if that works. Yay, look at that. I got a patch panel now. Uh-huh. I got a patch panel. This is my patch panel. I could make it a different color if I wanted. I could. And voila. Strangely enough, I don't have that much space there. I do have some space, but not that much space. Oh, I know why. Because I have these are on shelves. Yeah, these are on shelves. They are on shelves, that's why. So, yeah, so this is kind of up higher. Yeah. So it's like kind of like right here. I know people don't like this stuff. I'm drawing pictures. This is what people run away for. They're like, I'll watch somebody else. I don't want to watch Rob draw pictures. You know, they can come back later. They don't have to stay here and watch the panels. They want to do cert stuff, right? So I don't blame them. I would change the channel. So here we go. Optiplexes. Crimping ASMR stream. I did actually. I did a little bit of that. I definitely did. I mean, these measurements are not to scale, as you know, Doc would say. We're gonna color code these. So we're gonna make these pink because this is a control plane. Here's my control plane nodes. Here's my Optiplex machines. And this guy is. I mean, I would make it black if I could, but let's say green. That's like the inbound box. Then we have all these minis. And I mean, besides, this is the one I need to talk about though. So this guy. This is why I did all this. So this is the HP. So it has 28 core, 128 gigabytes RAM, 56 gigabyte SSD, and that's all. And that's not good. For everything, unless I have some sort of storage solution, right? So if I like LSB, okay, I think I actually didn't allocate all the disks. Oh, it's 500 SSD, okay. Yeah, oh, we reallocated all of it to slash. Yep, so it's all been fully allocated. That's good to know, okay. Hey, look, I even installed ASCII Aquarium from a snap. I forgot about that. That's what you see running on the screen over there. Anyway, I have no shame. So, I mean, we're not using any of the disk. list block. Yes, there you go. List BLK. I said what it is. Anyway, this guy, I mean, we can run neofetch over here. I think it has it. If it doesn't, it needs to have it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do something. I bet you can guess. I bet you can guess. Do. NetTools install. Should I be doing it like this? No. I'm going to do it anyway, though. Yes, I am. I don't know if I need it, though. It's pretty fat, actually. It is pretty damn fat, but it's kind of fun to show on stream, so whatever. It is. I was like checking my RAM. I mean, my disk consumption after putting it on. I was like, what? How is it that big? Who cares? It's a lab. Oh, shit. What just happened? This is that stupid problem we had from before. No, we already tried this. There's an open issue on Ubuntu for this. It doesn't fix it. Yeah, there's an open issue on Ubuntu for this problem. There's a problem here. The fix broken doesn't fix it. It kills your install. Somebody sent us a link to it the other day. Yeah. False advertising lawsuit incoming. Yeah. It doesn't. No, this is something to do with one of the packages we installed is broken, and it causes these false things. And somebody posted a link to it. And I didn't think it was going to stop anything else because we were able to get our Podman. When I installed Podman, I got the error. Yeah, and it is a known issue. It's a known issue. Yeah, I don't particularly like it, but Ansible -bk -c -m command apt -fix -broken, and it left my systems in a bunch of weird state. Now you can't. Yeah, I mean I now I really want to find it again, because yeah. Is it the C? Oh. Wait, am I doing it wrong? I gotta practice my Ansible again. M command -a arguments. That's right. I don't know Ansible very well, so. So yeah, I should have done apt-get for this. I don't know if it's even going to work. I think it's waiting for a prompt, actually. Yep. Not proceed with estimated install size exceeding disk space. Yeah. Why is it doing that? It had a problem last time too. Yes. No. It doesn't check disk space. Broken. Oh, this one got it. I'll come back and fix it later. I don't need to do it right now. So, 12 days, 4 hours of uptime. Video Quadro, AV memory. I want to see 128 gigabytes. Yeah, I'm not going to use EFS for anything. Yeah. So, yes. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so the question is, back to the topic at hand, where do I put stuff that's not going to be in Kubernetes and what? So as of this moment, I've pretty much decided that I will not be putting Harbor inside of Kubernetes. I just, because I want to be able to mess around with orchestration without having a dependency on Kubernetes. I hate to say it, but I am not completely sold on Kubernetes as a product. So that means things that have any possibility of not being dependent on Kubernetes. I know there are people who strongly disagree with me on this. They're not going to agree. And we can just agree to disagree. So where do I put it, right? So over here we have Kate's is going on here. So Harbor's going to be on there, and I think this is where we're going to put Vault. So Vault doesn't have to have a lot of disk space. It just has to be reliable, and it has to be on a decent system with memory and things like that. So anything that I just want to run in the kind of the old school style, like you just have a server and it's just, just a thing, I'm going to put them over here. That would probably going to include DNS. So if I ever run my own internal DNS, which I don't intend to do at this point, I'm just going to do SE host files because SSH completion works better with host files. And honestly, that's the only reason. And I have load balancing already with QVIP, so if I want more, I can use HA proxy or whatever. So things that don't have Kubernetes, this will probably also be where I put PBS. People don't know what that is. Does anybody know what PBS is? We'll probably put PBS here. I could probably make this one thing that has like bullet points. Should I put a bullet point? So Harbor, Vault, PBS, and stuff. No. It's the NASA. Here, let me go get the exact definition. It's the biggest batch processing application in the world. A portable batch system was developed at NASA originally, and you don't see PBS anywhere unless you're dealing with large scale things usually. But I want to get good. There's actually a thing called OpenPBS, which is the open source version of PBS. So I am going to deploy this because NASA Hadoop as well now. But it's not no. Way more big than that. It's batch processing without cron and with being able to check on jobs in their state and distribute jobs and have, same thing. You'd be surprised how much you can get done without Kubernetes. It has affinity. It has all of that same stuff. It just does a batch flow instead of a microservices focus. And in the enterprise, it actually is probably a good idea. We went from PKI to diagramming server cases. We did because I have to figure out where to put Vault. Tony Fa. So that is the only reason. I am not going to put... I have to figure out where to put Vault. Vault is going to be running all of my secrets, so it's going to be on a reliable system. I have a feeling Vault can be distributed, though. When we were watching it, it sounded like you can do HA for Vault. And if you can do HA for Vault, I'm kind of torn, because if I can do HA for Vault, then I would probably put... not everything is open source. Yeah, open core. I don't care. I like open core. HA, well, we don't know that yet, right? So that's one of the reasons I'm looking into it. If it's open and free, then I'm and small enough, I might actually put the only systems, these optiplexes that I have are designed for all of my HA solutions. So I'm going to do stack.cd here and Kubernetes as control plane. And if I were to run a DNS server, yes, I would run it on these machines separately, because I want the redundancy. And if Vault has redundancy, I might still be able to stuff that on these things as well without overburdening them. Otherwise, I'm going to stick them on a single non-HA solution. Hey Zeke, how are you? And we would do it like that. How are you doing? We're diagramming servers and deciding where to put Vault. So let's go look at Vault really quick. How was SwitchCon? Did you have fun? You have to talk to us about that at some point. I'd love to hear. I'd love to hear about your TwitchCon experience. I didn't get a chance to watch much of the San Diego SwitchCon this year. I watched the Amsterdam one, but not that one. So release notes available for our thing. Getting started with the CLI. Getting started with Vault UI. Vault on HCP. View Vault tutorials. Getting started with the CLI. We're going to use the CLI for this. Break their back at TwitchCon. Broke their back? Actually broke their back. Wow, I did not know that. Just a bit of a disaster, but love meeting other software dev folks. Yeah, that's why. If it was close, I would have gone. It wasn't close, but I would have gone just to meet people. I mean, I don't know if I got invited or something. I'm not even partner yet. People walk onto Twitch and get partner in the first month, and I'm here for 3 years, still don't have it. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying the events were a bit of a disaster. Yes. Yeah, okay. What is Vault? Hashicorp is an affinity organization. Install Vault. All right, let's do this. A new platform. Tiny Fa, tell us if you think Vault is good or bad. And Tiny Fa, you're still there. What is your opinion of Vault versus side CA, step CA? We were just kind of breaking that down earlier. Vault must be first installed on your machine. You like Vault? I mean, as an enterprise solution, it seems like, OpenShift has been forced to support it because it's so prevalent out there. It sounds like an enterprise pick. So I'm wondering how much of we can get here. I'm also wondering if it's something I need to recommend to my internal team to manage their certs, because it's a bunch of broken OpenSSL scripts is not going to cut it long term. Vault must first be installed on your machine. Vault is available as source code, precompiled binary, and package format. Is Vault written in Go? Where's the Vault source code? I kind of want to go look at it. Yeah. I try to push teams for PKI rather than long living secrets. But and that seemed like, we watched the presentation from Armand from Hashicorp about it, and he talks about non-long living secrets. I think that Vault's good. Long living secrets, PKI rather than long living secrets. Well, he made a point of saying that there is the option to make the secrets like bearer tokens. Yeah, well, yeah. You can't get away from those, unfortunately, right now. It did seem like they were at least thinking about it, right? Uh-oh, ads are coming. Here, I'll snooze them. Ads are snoozed for 5 minutes. Anyway, verify the installation. I know if you're subbed, you're not going to hear about that. Vaults as a command line. It's written. It's very clean. It's a very fluid command line. Jeez. I gotta know. I gotta know. It's just curiosity. For 3 months now. It's Hashicorp Vault. Who would have guessed? Clone Hashicorp Vault. I want to just go look at the source code for fun. Yeah, I do this a lot. Whenever I see a new tech that's open source, I can't resist the urge to just dive into the code early and quickly, just to get a sense of the project and how well it's managed and how much I may or may not agree with the architectural decisions and stuff like that. And that's one of the great things about open source. You can spot shit really quickly. And so I'm in here. So first of all, it's a Go project. It's a Go 1.19 project. You got to be kidding me. Fuck. Oh my God. I wasn't surprised. I wasn't expecting to see that. They have proper source management. They have tagging. They use a makefile probably properly. Yeah, it looks like they do. Look at that. They're even running their shit. They're even running their documentation through a spelling thing. My God. I love Hashicorp. Remember I said about you want to learn how to code, get good with coding, find some good code bases and look at them? Pretty much anything from Hashicorp except for Vagrant. They really know what they're doing. They do. And this is not a frivolous use of a makefile. This is a true use of a makefile. People use makefiles because they see Hashicorp use makefiles and they don't know why. I was once doing this and I saw the protocol they made for communication, for client server communication over standard input in order to create a plugins API. And you can go still look at it. So that all of their command line, their binaries, their Golang binaries are compiled and they don't use Go's library, modules, which you can also do, but that's not really that popular. It was absolutely brilliant. That was when I fell in love with Hashicorp, because I knew that they knew what they were doing. They've been doing good stuff for a long time. What issues do they have on this code base? Support pass through 8. They're showing they got 809 issues. Vault on Kubernetes. Store draft 5 hours ago. It's very active, it looks like. And stuff. So it's funny that they put a main.go at the top. That's very unusual. That's very unusual. They actually have their Git repo is a command. Normally, if you've seen me doing the Go stuff, this is extremely unusual to do this. I imagine they're using Cobra like everybody else, but I won't hold that against them. Cobra. They're not using Cobra. What the hell? They're not using Cobra. Holy cow. What are they using? I am so blown away. No wonder their interface is so beautiful. Holy shit. I'm just going to install it from here. Here's all the stuff they're using. They're using the latest YAML. It goes to your CenterLib, Vault plugin, auth, Go version. They're using HCL, of course. Cobra is an absolutely horrible command line tool that everything uses, including Kubernetes. You asked me what I think, right? You're going to get a different answer from everybody else. It's the reason I made Bonsai. But Hashicorp just told them to get the fuck out. Do you know how much that warms my heart? I cannot believe this. Hashicorp, I love you. I love you. We want Fluent API. I did a full search in the whole code base. They use the CLI. Yeah. They use CLI, which is the best thing out there besides Cobra. Yeah. Yeah. So This is blowing me away. Oh, they're just so good. All right. If you want to get good, read anything modern from HashiCorp and go. Yeah. It predicts Corba, but yeah. A typo for Corba? No, it's not Corba, it's Cobra. They're very different. We would see the dependency right here if we had one. We haven't seen one at all yet so far. So that's why I was looking at the checksum file. The checksum file has it all. Maybe the search missed it. So I'm guessing they're using CLI. They're not using it at all. I'm guessing they're not. If they use it, I won't hold it against them. Everybody else does. But I would be really blown away if they chose not to use it. Bernd Susie's Tommel. Tom Pelletier's Tommel is way better than Bernd Susie's Tommel, so that's too bad. Actually helped him on that project. I also made the Tommel logo. I always say that. People laugh at me. Which repo? Cobra. Influx data. They use InfluxDB client, so they're using a time-based database. I helped place an entry-level engineer for $100K a year there. He works there now. He's the guy who first told me about Rust, actually. First time I ever heard about Rust. He had to learn Go to get the job, got the job, and then he did Rust on the Flux language. True story. I love telling that story. I haven't talked to him in years, though. He was a psychology major, actually, and wanted to retool into tech, and he did it. I miss him, actually. I won't use his name, but 2 months apart. Both are younger than Docker. Interesting. Yeah, it seemed like different takes on how to do things. And the one got really popular because Steve Franchia is a marketing genius and a really nice guy. Every time I attack Cobra, I really hope Steve, if he ever hears it, he knows I'm not attacking him. I'm sure that he would have things to say about his code written back in that time too. And for the moment, oh look, 1.2, they added a 1.2 there. That's unusual. Whoa! They didn't use Goldmark. Bad. Man, this is a big project. If this was in Rust, we'd be compiling all night. I had to jab Rust. I had to. I mean, this is one way to get Vault. I wasn't intending this way, but why not? Resty V1, what is that? Open telemetry. It has open telemetry in here? Oh my god, that's so awesome. Open telemetry is really cool. I want to write some open telemetry stuff. I hope it gets picked up more in the core of more of Kubernetes applications. I think that would be so cool to integrate more. They're using the Go API. That's not good. Oh, they're using JSON reference. This Go API. This is not version 3. This only supports version 2. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you that. Clone Go Open API JSON reference. Go clone this code. God, I love open source, don't you? Can you imagine before open source having to go through all this stuff and this is what I'm talking about right away. Testify, really? 1.13, really? Ick. This is an example of the opposite of a good project. Just right off the bat, you can see this crap. And really? Sorting algorithms trees. I know. They are used to. At least they use must there. That's good. What the hell is this? Oh, they have a code of conduct, though. Thank God. I just... JSON pointer. Oh. It's an implementation of an RFC. So that's not that big a deal. It's like some quick and dirty implementation of an RFC. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. It's JSON pointer. Okay. I thought for some reason it was actually part of OpenAPI. Oh, is that the thing that uses ref? It is. It's also super broken. This is the reason we had to figure out how to use the merge operator in YAML because these pointer ref things don't cover the JSON schema stuff for pointers does not cover composition. We've had a huge issue with this making our OpenAPI stuff because of all the redundancy that is forced upon us because of this shit. So I'm going to leave that one around and come back to that. V1.19. But see, I didn't know there was a Go OpenAPI project. So we'll go look at that while that's building for a second. I'm all over the board. I know I'm all over the place. We're just building Vault, so we're doing things while we're waiting. They'll call Go OpenAPI. I'm pretty sure there's this whole project is dead and stuck on version 2. We were looking at it earlier. August 15th. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is... It's definitely not a generator. Fork of Go JSON pointer with supports for structs. So let's fork of some other thing. Huh. OpenAPI, I mean, it's an open source project for sure. OpenAPI specification model. Which OpenAPI? I think they're only version 2. I think they're not doing version 3 of the OpenAPI. I don't think they're doing 3. Foundation library. A specific flatter. This is the thing that sucks. A spec merger mix in. Does this library support OpenAPI 3? Told you! That's why it's shit. And apparently they decided to use it. So, okay, to be fair, Hashicorp just ripped out JSON reference, which is nothing to do with OpenAPI except for OpenAPI uses it. So that's not something to tank the Vault project over. But do not use anything from the Go API project that's not independent from the API spec, because it's version 2, which is now 2.5 years old. This is why the Go-OpenAPI stuff and the Go-Swagger stuff is dead. It's dead because nobody's maintaining it. But just be careful out there, developers. Make sure you get OpenAPI version 3 and not do what I did and spend 2 full days learning OpenAPI 2 because you thought that was the current one, only to find out that you were wrong and you were following along in the Go stuff instead of using the OpenAPI generator because it was in Java, and it put you off that it was in Java because the Go one is better, but the Go one is version 2. There. Why is it still compiling? This should not be taking this long. Did I run out of memory? Uh-oh. I have 210 megabytes. I mean, it shouldn't take memory. It like does each package individually, so. Before you decide not to use it? Oh, yeah, sir. Everyone goes through that. We all go through that. It's like, how active is this project? This is one of the reasons that I'm doing this is because looking at their library picks and is like, if you're in the industry for any amount of time and you're doing this stuff, looking at their library picks, yeah, well, it depends on the activity, right? Activity can be misleading, but an absolutely dead project with no activity, unless it's like YAML v2, so there's nothing to update. Most projects will have activity. Sometimes activity can mean it's got bugs and it's bad. So I hear you on that for sure. But more importantly to me is what are they using? And oh god, they're using OpenAPI spec. That means they implemented their REST API specs in version 2, which is fine given that this was probably made like 5 years ago. Bugs means we don't know what we're doing. Yeah, sometimes. String prep, and that would be me plenty of times. Oh, there's a Go stack implementation, really. Why is this taking so long to build? What is my process doing? I'm going to go strace my process to see what it's doing. Grep go. So go install. Git fetch. Why is it doing a git fetch? Maybe I should have used the make instead of the go install. I probably should have done that. Let's go check it. strace -p sudo strace -p u. Let's see what's going on. So if you want to follow a process that looks like it's hung, you can use strace -p and you go look at what it's doing. This is how we found out that I was having IPv6 problems before. This is definitely doing something. So it's doing different things too. If it were stuck in a loop, you'd see the same stuff over and over again. It's just taking a long time to build. It's getting a mutex. What is mutex? And if you want to read about that stuff, you can do man mutex. Those are all syscalls, so they all have documentation. Anything over here has documentation you can look up with a man page. So I should put that in the log. Distracted looking at source of Vault with strace, etc. What is this? System present method for waiting for a certain condition to become true. Yeah, this is a semaphore. That means it's like a railroad tracks wait ID. Who is it waiting on? Let's go look up that PID and see what that is. Oh wow, fuck! I just read a whole bunch of code. Oh, it's linking stuff in. Is it still waiting on that one? It's the same one. It keeps waiting on that one PID. It must be a sub one. Markdown is awesome, is it not? I agree. My fan just came on. Oopsie. How do you is it NSF? It's IOFS. How do you peg a process to its to what it's running? Oh, it's PCRE grep. Do I have PCRE grep on here? I could have got. I'm gonna have to get rid of that because my grep is mapped to PCRE grep, and they're not strictly speaking the same thing. Oh wait, it exited finally. It exited with 0. That means it was okay, I'm glad I straced it because I knew it wasn't hung. If I had killed the thing, oh, it must be hung, right? pgrep, it's PCRE grep, slightly different. There's that as well. So I just want to recap what just happened here so that if you don't know about this, you can at least consider it. If a process gets hung and you're like, oh crap, okay, control C, it's not working. Don't do that. Go strace-p the process and see what it's doing. Hey, Barney. Go actually see what it's doing. And as you can see, I was like, no, it's still doing stuff. It's not stuck on anything. Sometimes you'll go there and it'll be stuck on like IO stat or something, right? And it'll be actually hung and you can see it in the strace content. If you don't know anything in the strace output, you can go man page every single thing, every syscall in there. And then you can make a determination about whether it's okay to kill it. Right? And then when you go, but because I could see that it was still working and it just wasn't giving me any progress status, I was able to like calm down and get my hands away from the keyboard and leave it alone and let it finish. And it actually finished successfully. So that's the proper, in my opinion, that's the proper engineer way to go about canceling a process. If you don't do that, you have no idea what state you're going to leave that thing in. What's that? I should go do that on a git clone IFS with no progress and 24 gig downloads. I think it's a great idea. A lot of times downloads have been one of the things that have been most, so the other day I had that very problem. The other day I had that problem and it turns out it was waiting on a whole bunch of IPv6 stuff and I saw it in the syscalls. I saw that that's what it was doing in the syscalls and I actually did some magic to make it see the IPv4 while it was still running. So just a word of caution there. You just watch the activity light, or yeah, you watch your fan, you listen for your fan and watch your disk lights, stuff like that. I mean, the strace is that, it's just that on steroids, right? Not to mention, so let's say you have a piece of malware on your machine, right? You have a running process that's doing weird things, and you're like, what is this thing doing? Is it talking to the internet? Is it hung on a thing? What even is it? And so in our security camp that we had, we got infected on purpose. It was a honeypot. We had a honeypot get infected, and we went in there and strace what the malware did. It was kind of fun to watch because the malware would like download a whole bunch of stuff, do its nefarious things, and then it would like delete itself, and it was all right there on display for us to see because of the strace. So there was no hiding what it was doing to us because you can't hide your straces. There's no way to do that. I don't even think eBPF is going to let you do that. Did I say that right? EBNF or eBPF? I always mix the two up. One of them is a meta language. The other one's a low-level kernel user stuff. That history, append every hour. Ooh. Yeah. Hey, thanks for that follow there. All right, so so the call's being made. I think they would have to too. Get your promo timer. I know. Thank you. Time for me to take a break. Let's listen to some music. YouTube, you're going to have to come join the Twitch stream if you want to jam out. Start recording. So yeah, so technically I just installed Vault the hard way. Hey, look at it. It has Vault help. Read, write, delete, list, login. Oh, we should probably mention the CLI package next time we do the Go thing. Over on the WebEx. Christopher, when he gets back. Do you have questions? Anyway, so list data and the secrets, login, authenticate locally, agent, start a Vault agent, start a Vault server. This is very fun. Vault server, ready to go. Must specify at least one config path. Isn't that right online? Conditional doesn't FMRC condition. Oh, cool. We installed from source. So let's go back to the docs on Vault. I'm a huge fan of it. The source code is awesome. I cannot wait to read the source code for Vault. I am super excited. In fact, I am a convert to the Vault project. In fact, I am strongly considering contributions to the Vault project at some point, if it's good enough, just because I would love to have my name as a contributor on the project. It's just so amazing. So that means I'm sold. Now we just have to start using the thing, but I'm already in love because the project is so well managed. It's so pretty, and then the code is so amazing. So that's the kind of, you want to win me over, that's the way to do it. And they have done an amazing job so far, at least in the source. So install Vault, Windows and Linux. To install Vault, use appropriate package on your system and download it. This is all, these are the downloads, these are just the release things that you could do. I mean, I installed it from source, so I don't really need to do anything. So we already have it installed. Otherwise, Vault is installed, ready to go. I mean, we're good. We did a go install and we had it. And that was it. One go install line. That's all I needed. And I have the binary. And you know what? I imagine it's just a single binary. How many, does it have other server binaries in Vault? Let's actually go see all the binaries that it may have added to my go bin directory. Let's go see in here, because this, another thing that's really great about doing a go install this way is because I use a localized go bin. I can like diff this against anything, and so it's not going to install any shit anywhere else except for here. So if I want to see how it impacted my system when it installed, I just go in here and look for new stuff. And as you can see, there's only one Vault. And this is one of the things I love about Hashicorp. Hashicorp puts everything into a single binary all the time. This is one of the things that makes me really like Nomad. Nomad is one binary. You put the binary on an endpoint, it becomes a node. Boom. It's so elegant. It's simple, it's elegant, and they have taken care of all the considerations there. I really love that. As opposed to, trying to use static pods and all the crap that Kubernetes does. The very concept of static pods is kind of brain dead to me. I'm just going to say it. So I'm shying away from Kubernetes all the time. And my wife is going to trade some art. So she's bringing home some new art. Go for Counter Chicago? No. No, I don't go to conventions. They're usually a waste of time. If I ever go to GopherCon, I'll be to present, and I'll present Bonsai probably. It's a ways away, but that's something I would like to do at some point. I just don't have the time. I have too much to learn, right? So, but yeah, I'm not against conventions. I just find them a waste of time and money usually. So I don't go. I can usually learn everything from a convention like in an hour, doing my own research, and usually all the convention talks I would ever be interested in are already posted. And the only reason that leaves to go is to get COVID or to meet somebody that I've never met in person, which I can also do without going to a convention and paying $1,500, which is the cost to get into KubeCon this year. So let's keep going. Your vimrc run command. It uses auto write and clears the screen before running. Oh, what, for Go? Yeah, I don't use that one very much, but very cool. Thank you. So yeah, I mean, that's just my opinion. It's people who run conferences don't like it when I say things like that. So I'm not popular with the conference set. No, it's not. It is not. Do you want me to prove it? I just looked. I think it's 800. If you an enterprise has to pay 1,500. It's 800 at the door. Yeah. If I had paid it before that, I probably could have got it for like 500 or something. Like if I bought it like a long time ago. Yeah. Is it worth $800 to me? You know how much equipment I can buy for $800? If I can find it. Yeah, if your company sponsors it, great. Go live it up and drink beer and talk and charge your company all kinds of money and go for it. I don't care. You still won't learn anything. Because it'd be so... I'm sorry. I take it all back. I didn't say anything negative about conferences. Go to conferences. Have fun. Come see me talk when I actually go to a conference one of these days to talk. But even then, I'm like, you know what? I can just get on Twitch and make a video. I don't need to go to a conference. What is it about speaking at a conference that's more important than just making a video and speaking about at the same time? The prestige of having a bunch of people who had their companies pay for them to get drunk to come listen to you speak? Hallway track. That's exactly right. The hallway track is definitely the one that I would go for. Hey, guess what? You don't have to pay for the hallway track usually. In fact, you can probably sneak in. Yeah. I used to do that in concerts all the time. Yeah. I bet I could sneak into a convention and not pay a dime. And I wouldn't go to any of the things. I would just do the hallway track, which is the one that's worth money. Why don't they sell us the hallway track? They should sell us the hallway track. That's the thing we really want. You know? Anyway. I get in trouble for talking like that, so I'm going to be quiet. I'm sorry. I know. I'm not going to break into it. I never have. There's only been one time that I've actually broken into a concert, and that was OMD at the Symphony House in Utah in 1986. Every other thing I've always paid for, except for the hotel pools that we used to crash all the time. That's a different story. Anyway, I like TwitchCon anyway. Meet people in chat. Yeah. That kind of thing. OMD did rock. They did indeed. They rocked in their own way. It was kind of hard though because we had nowhere to sit. We would open the balcony booths and there'd be like two chairs there and we would stand behind the people in the chairs and they'd be like, why are you there? And then we go to the next one. All right, back to work. Vault. Vault is installed. We're done. We got Vault installed. Now let's actually use it. So Vault is in the house. Apparently it's just a binary. I am thinking all I have to do is copy that binary over. Let's try it. I could probably use an Ansible copy right now, or I could just use SCP. SCP Vault. Because it's Go. How big is it, by the way? That's what she said. 195 megabytes. That's pretty damn big for a binary, but it's got a lot in it. Anyway, so let's go to... I wonder if it has an embedded FS in it. It'd be really fun to go check. Anyway, SCP goes on the HPZ. Do you see how I put the colons after that? You know why? Because it knew it was in my host file. when I hit tab. That stuff doesn't happen if you just use scp config by itself. So that's another reason I like etc host files over DNS server for home stuff. Anyway, where's our? We don't need that one anymore. What is this one? I don't remember this one. What's this here? Is this more Ansible stuff? Okay. Here we are on controller 1. We don't. I mean, we're all set up to use PKI there. So let me actually call it control 1, and let's SSH into HP whatever, and we'll call that HP whatever, HPZ 640. Okay. So now sudo dash. No, bad Robbo. Can I even run Vault by itself? We shall see. Apparently you can. To build it so the binary is smaller for specific tests. Yeah, there is. I could have reduced the binary size. I did a basic build. So there are switches you can send, including Seago switches, that will shrink the binary probably by half. The current binary by default, if you do a go build like I did, includes a ton of debug data. It's got so you can only GDB it and all that stuff. That stuff can be eliminated if you want, and I didn't. You can shrink the binary size down pretty far. When you do that though, when you get errors and stuff, they don't tell you the line numbers and stuff like that, so all that stuff's gone. I don't even think they do shrink the binaries for some of the Kubernetes stuff because they have such amazing log errors, like when you run a container or something. I'm guessing they probably don't do that because the debugging and error information is so valuable. And another thing about Kubernetes too is it will give you the line number in the source code where the thing was called. So if you don't know how to read Go, you're out of luck because you can't actually go read exactly how that error was called and what caused it. So again, learn Go if you're going to get in cloud native. Let's see here. Interact with audit devices. I have no idea how to use Vault. I should probably read the docs. So verify the installation. We did that. So we did our install, starting the server. Oh wow, look, Hashicorp Learn. Look at this wonderful site. All these great docs. It's all nice and organized. I'm so happy. I love Hashicorp. Hashicorp, I want to work for you. I'm not even gonna lie. I want to work for Hashicorp. I want to get so good I can work for Hashicorp. I have a long way to go, but I would love to work for them. Dev mode. Should we watch the video?
With Vault installed.
Oh my god. Okay, that was kind of loud. How long is it? They're just reading what's here, so we're gonna do it. Maybe we could silence it and then just CC. How about that? Yeah, let's do that. I mean, it's more fun to watch, right? It's more fun to watch. Here you go. Interacts with the data storage and backends. I'll tell you what, I'll read it to you and not yell at you. Probably be the path here. Well, it's a complicated beast, indeed. As is usually the case. And we will start and interact with the server to understand how the server started. So they're going to start up a server. They're using Z shell. We're not going to hold it against them. I mean, they might not be. It's possible they're not. Are we dropping packets? Nope. Drop frames? Nope. No drop frames, but... Ow, my God! Ow! Ow! I'm not looking at you anymore. Goodbye. Goodbye. Don't they know that we work in caves? Come on. I feel insulted and attacked. I feel assaulted. That's the word I was looking for. Assaulted. You're giving a pass for Z-Shell. I have a white paper for you. I'm kind of scared of that. What does that mean? With Vault installed, the next step is to start the Vault server. All right, so Craig, what's up? Memetes. Were you the one who was giving us some Memetes lists? Wait. Craig, did you just literally send me exactly the same tweet that somebody else sent me this morning with the sheepdog? We literally just saw, wow, I'm in the cool club now because I'm following Memetes. I'm following Mehmeti's. Yeah. You're late to the punch there, but point taken. Okay, so it's a great reminder. Does everybody know what we're talking about? They don't know. Let's go show them. Me avoiding Kubernetes docs. This is me.
Ready? Hop up.
Ready and go for it. That had to hurt so bad. No dogs were injured in the filming of this. It's like, no, why am I going to go up that? That's too boring. I'm going to jump up there. I'm not. Look at how annoyed he is with the ramp. He's like, no, I'm not going up the ramp. No, why would I ever go up the ramp? That's like lame. Thank you, Gregor, for the reminder. We were laughing just as hard earlier today at the same exact thing. Because this is me right now. All right, so anyway, what are we doing now? Starting the dev server. I think we're jumping ahead. Okay, so the Vault installed. The next step is to start the Vault server. We built it from source because we're cool. We did it from source code. We built the source code. Yeah, that's like the elite way of installing it. Yeah, go install. Vault operates as a client server app. I have no idea how else to install it. I should probably look it up. No. Okay, Vault operates as a client server application. The Vault server is the only piece of the Vault architecture that interacts with the data storage and backends. All operations done with the Vault CLI interact with the server over a TLS connection. Okay. We know what TLS now, right? What does TLS stand for? Say it with me. What does TLS stand for? Too late, stupid. Transport layer security, as opposed to SSL, which stands for secure socket layer. TLS stands for transport layer security. All right, so there we go. TLS stands for happiness and safety. Yeah. The Vault server, okay, blah, blah, blah. In this tutorial, you'll start, it's a tutorial. I hate the word tutorial, but I will. It's actually a walkthrough or a workthrough. You will start to interact with the Vault server running in the dev environment. All right, if you say so, Mr. Tutorial Writer, that's what we're going to do. It's red local storage. Exactement. Something they're no longer acronyms. Yeah, as we found out with eBPF. Which no longer means anything about what it used to mean. I don't know what MQTT is. I know what MQ is. All right, let's keep going. Starting the dev server. Oh, they're using title case. What the hell? First, start a Vault dev server. The dev server is a built-in pre-configured server that is not very secure, but useful for playing with Vault locally. Later in the deploy Vault tutorial, you will continue and start a non-dev server. Okay. Mosquito. To start the Vault server, run Vault server -dev. Alrighty. Vault server -dev. It wants a snap. Oh, wait a second. Wait. I don't have any of my paths over here or anything. I haven't set up the environment over here at all. You know what that means I'm going to do? I'm gonna do something that's gonna make some of you very sick to your stomach. I'm gonna move Vault to user local bin by hand. That's right. That's what I did. I just did that. Does it have to run as root? I do not know. I'm not snapping it. What the hell? ls-l -l which Vault. Huh. I should probably shown that. Yeah, what's that? Shown root user local bin Vault. Oh, damn it. I gotta set up my environment. This is embarrassing. Okie dokie. How about we do this? Let's do chmod g minus w. That looks better. Why are you typing in all caps? The chat is degrading into madness. Vault server -dev says things to me. Vault server -dev. Whoa. Things are happening. Warning, dev mode is enabled. Hey, there's my root token for all to see. I'm sure that's not a good thing. Wow, look at all this cool stuff. Look at all this fun stuff here. We gotta go. Okay. Hello from the capital. Vault server -dev. Vault server configuration. Localhost. Seago is disabled. Yay. Cluster address. Okie dokie. Apparently you can have a cluster. So I'm going to have to make a decision about whether I want HA for my vault or not. And we need to know if that's going to have to be paid for extra. So we're kind of going along here. Go version 1.18, which is awesome. Listener, TCP. That's right. Even though it has 1.18, I built it with 1.18. It still works, hopefully. Listener 1, cluster address. Supported true, lock enable false, recovery mode. I mean, I'm just playing here. All caps, people. As Vault server started. Log data will stream in below. Oh, will it? Look at these awesome logs. And you know what? They're like syslog compatible. So I'm liking that. No HTTP proxy. Don't need it. But it's good to know we have that if we need it. No API address value specified in config. Falling back to detection if possible, but this value should be manually set. Okay. Hey, look, I'm reading logs. Initializing version history cache. Security barrier not initialized. What? Security barrier initialized. Stored equals 1. Shares equals 1. Threshold equals 1. Core. Post unseal setup starting. Okay. Loaded wrapping token key. Recorded vault version. 1.13. Successfully set up plugin catalog, plugin directory. No mounts. Successfully mounted backend. Cubbyhole. Successfully mounted backend system. Successfully mounted backend identity. This must be like routes or something. Successfully enabled credential backend. Rollback, starting rollback manager. That's cool that it has rollback. I like that. Entities restore, groups restore, expiration, core, post and seal. You ever get to type in all caps so you're venting? You should express yourself in all caps. Core.cluster listener survey. Post unseal setup starting. Caps out. There's got to be a joke about bust a cap in there somewhere. Successfully set up plugin catalog. Successfully mounted backend. Successfully mounted backend. Core successfully enable credential backend. ID root path. Okay, and now we have the color. Warning, dev mode is enabled. Dev mode is enabled. Caution. In this mode, Vault runs entirely in memory and starts unsealed with a single unseal key. The root token is already authenticated to CLI, so you can immediately begin using Vault. Oh, damn it. You're right. Thank you for the reminder, Veriani. You're like really smart and attentive. I mean, we should probably alter that if we're going to be fair. We should probably subtract like 7 minutes. How about that? How about just I know. How about like 48 minutes? How about that? There we go. So I know. Is it because you think I'm taking too long to read this? So I'm sorry. I'm slow. It's because I'm old. All right. Warning: Dev mode is enabled. In this mode, Vault runs entirely in memory and starts unseal with a single unseal key. The root token is already authenticated to the CLI, so you can immediately begin using Vault. You may need to set the following environment variables. You may need that. So this is only in memory. That's interesting. It's dark time. It really is. Snake case only. Is this a new thing? Do we have to put like snake case mode? That would be kind of a fun chat thing to do. Completely useless, but fun. Unseal key as useless as emotes or emojis or whatever you want to call them. Did you know there's animated emojis now? Mm-hmm. Part of the official standard. The unseal key. New meme enable. The unseal key and root token are displayed. We could call it like Python snake case mode or something. The unseal key and root token are displayed below in case you want to unseal or the vault and re-authenticate. The unseal key and root token are displayed below so that you can share it with your stream. You can share it with your stream. The unseal key and root token are displayed below in case you want to seal, unseal the vault or re-authenticate. Seal the vault. It like reminds me of Harry Potter and Green Gods for some reason. I don't know why. It just does. I think I'm going to watch that. I'm going to watch Harry Potter. It's October, right? Our key. Yes. It's now our key. The unseal and root key are displayed in case you want to unseal our key. Development. We are coming close to the end. I have a feeling this is our last pomo because I cannot stay focused. I'm having way too much fun. Development mode should not be used in production installations. Oh my. All right. All right. Well, where's the tutorial? Back to the tutorial. Alrighty. So this says that this is what we're going to get and commented it all out for us. We'll forgive them for their theme that they chose for the terminal. You should see output similar to the above. Notice that unseal key and root token values are displayed. Do not stream these on Twitch. I need to write a PR to them. Make sure you don't do this on Twitch during a live stream. You want to see them again? There they are. Write them down. Hurry. Hurry, write them down. You want me to paste them to you? Here, I'm going to give them to you. Because I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy. Here's my token. Here, you want it? I'm going to give you my root token right now. To my vault. Don't say I never didn't give you anything. There. So there. Be happy. Next. Okay. Backed up on Twitch IRC servers as well. So, send stress SSH. Okay. Which one? How fast can you hack me before I change it? Also my Twitch. No, that one is a little harder. I am anonymous. I've taken over your Twitch account. No. The dev server stores all its data in memory, but it's still encrypted. Seriously? So impressed. It's encrypted in memory. How cool is that? It listens on localhost without TLS, which stands for Transport Layer Security. Did I get that right? In your 20 secret phrase. Oh, God. And automatically unseals and shows you the unseal key and root access key. We already covered that. Insecure operation. Do not run a Vault Dev in server production. All red. This approach is only used here to simplify the unsealed process for this demonstration. Alrighty. With the dev server started, perform the following. Launch a new terminal session. Got it. Copy, then run the export vaulter command. Copy. Run. Wait, what? What? My server's running. Damn. I have to log into the control plane. No, to HP, whatever. Can I do this from here? I hope I can. New terminal. I guess they really meant new terminal. Yeah. I found an email like just dead or pretending. Kubernetes. That's not suitable. It has death on it. I can't show that. That's people causing bodily harm to themselves. I think that's a terms of service violation. I mean, I would love to show it. I think it's, dead stick figures. I think that counts. Vault CLI determines which Vault service to send a request to using the Vault Vault adder environment variable. Save the unsealed key somewhere. Don't worry about how to save this securely. For now, it's just save it anywhere, like your Twitch chat. Set the Vault token environment variable value to the generator root token. Ooh. Okay. All right, I want to do that. Wait, am I setting environment variables with tokens in them? I thought that was a bad practice. Do we gonna have this fight again? Are we gonna have this fight again? Is it safe to put secrets and tokens in your environment no matter what in a multi-user system? Yes or no? Ready, go. People fight about this all the time, and yeah, but there is a legitimate argument going on right now in our community about whether it's safe or not. Because they're saying that roots, you can look at arguments, you can look at command line arguments of anybody, but environment variables you cannot look at. They're stored in proc separately. But I believe that that's false. I think that's false. I think that that's not true for all distros and all operations. And so can you store tokens and secrets and passwords in environment variables? They do it all the time in the Docker world. All the time. And yes, they can say, oh, it's only root and it's a container and it's protected by outside access and stuff. But I'm not asking that. What I'm asking is it considered a bad practice in general to store secrets and tokens in the environment variables? And I've always been taught that it is. And I distinctly remember being able to look up another person's environment for a running process without any special privileges once upon a time. And I cannot recreate that now. I have not been able to recreate that, but I still feel it's true on some systems. And I haven't tested on BSD yet. So, I mean, that's a pretty hot debate. There's if you go out on the internet, there's people with both opinions. Some systems you can see the environment variables with PS, some you can't. That's Tony Fa. If you can substantiate that claim, I believe that's true. I believe the time that I saw it was on like a Solaris box or something, but I cannot answer that question definitively for all distros right now. We tried it. I told this to a guy, my teammate. I was like, why are we doing this in environment variables? Oh, I always do that. I'm like, I said, that's actually really insecure. And you're like, why? And I said, because you can see them from the command line with the PS command. And he goes, no, you can't. And then he went and did it. He proceeded to prove himself right. And I was like, damn, something's changed. And I can't prove it. So I have been trying to build a case for not doing it because the entire DevOps world is putting tokens and secrets in environment variables all the time. Where you should store your keys is not in the environment. That's what I'm saying. So this is a huge unanswered question. And I'm asking y'all because I think I'm reopening this question. I'm going to put it in the log. Because there are drastically different opinions on this by very, technical, astute, non-ignorant people. And I sincerely want the answer. I think the answer is no. And then like, well, what's the alternative? Stick it in a file. And they're like, well, what's more secure, the file or dynamic, memory? In my enemy with low perms. That's what I think is the right thing to do. I've always been taught to do that. And I'm getting challenged on it. So command, proc is 0400. Inspector diameter, but that is not everything. I don't think that you can trust proc PID environ to always be 0400 on all systems. I don't think you can. But I have no proof of that. As of this moment, I have no proof of that. So everybody who keeps pushing, saying environment's totally safe to do this with, first of all, I'm not even going to do it, because if I env from the command line on a Twitch stream or in front of a coworker, boom, it's going to dump it all just for that reason alone. I'm never putting it in an environment variable. Because I mean, seriously, if you put your like login stuff in there and you got somebody over your shoulder, you're just randomly grepping your env stuff, that's like real dangerous. So just for that reason alone, I don't want to do it. But I mean, I when it comes to files, I don't just open and display files to people ever, but I'm constantly looking at my environment variables. So to me, is it safe to save secrets in environment variables? And I think the answer is no. We have something of a debate going on there. And y'all can, I'm going to move on here. But the reason I came up is because they're actually having us store a token in an environment variable, which is, in my opinion, bad practice. I know they're having it for a temporary purpose, but still, I want to make sure people, I mean, there's not a big red warning under this one. Don't do this in production. This is bad. This is dangerous. They're not saying that. At least they haven't read it yet. So I think that deserves just as equally a red warning right after it saying absolutely don't do this in production. But it doesn't have that. So whatever. To interact with Vault, you must provide a valid token. Setting this environment variable is a way to provide the token via the CLI. Later in the authentication tutorial, you will learn to use the Vault login token value command to authenticate with Vault. So that is kind of a soft pedaled way of saying you're not going to do it with the environment variable, right? Go to sleep, Brianni. I'll be up anytime, like in the morning, but in production, you should auto unseal for Vault. That does not make it better. Is that what it's saying? Yeah, I mean, we're talking about security here, so these are valid topics to deep dive on. Good night, Brianni. Thank you for being here. Verify the server is running. So, okay, let's do that. Vault status. Valute. Ooh. The seal type is a Shamir. What the hell is that? Initialize true. Sealed false. Total shares 1, threshold 1, build time. Does it have like a different output? I'm just guessing. Nope. God, I love the CLI tool. I love CLI versus Cobra. It's like so elegant and pretty and concise and yummy stuff. That's why it's better to use auto unseal. Vault can restart anytime. You don't want to manually unseal the vault every time the container restarts. Really? Okay. Nice. So you would probably unseal it at one time so it can talk, and after that, and when you restart it, right? It would be unsealed at that point. That makes sense. HA enabled equals false. We really need to read about this because I need to know what it takes for HA. If I need to have multiple systems to get HA, I'm going to have to install these on my control plane nodes, which I drew a picture of here, versus my one big ass server here. In fact, I think I've already made a conclusion that I don't want to put it over there. There's no HA for Vault. I mean for hardware. So I'm gonna make one of these for over here. I just made a decision right now. So yep, we're gonna put Vault. I'll put control plane, Kate's control. So cube system, it's like control planes, right? And that includes stack.cd. So yeah, most people, hey, привет, что нового? Что-то интересного там? Окей. Yes. Let's go. This is the part we're going to get raided before I go. I just can feel it. I don't want to get raided and then have to just raid somebody else. It happens about this time every time. Okay, so we are following our tutorial. Where is it? Our Hashicorp tutorial with the Transformers logo. Tell me the Hashicorp logo doesn't look like the Transformers logo. It does. You know that they were influenced by Transformers. They're like, we like Transformers, so it kind of reminds me of the Transformers logo. Autobots, Decepticons. It's like they looked at it and like, we want our logo to look like the Transformer logo. Okay, fine. And also it has to be like a hex. Everything has to be a hexagon. The more it's a hexagon, the better it is. For some reason. I don't know why. I don't make the rules. If the output looks different, restart the dev server and try again. No. Yeah. I can go down so many rabbit holes about that hexagon claim that I just made. There was like a new startup, accelerator. The wall was filled with hexagons. More hexagons. The only reason these would ever be different is if you're running a dev server from going through this tutorial previously on Hashicorp Learn. You will learn more about the status output in the deploy Vault tutorial. Okie dokie. The configure Vault tutorial goes into more detail about Vault configuration. Okay. See, this is good documentation. I like it. Next, congratulations, you started your first Vault server. But I don't have anything in there. Why do I care? For circle packing, they absolutely are. It's it's nature's way of packing a bunch of circles together. Just ask the bees. It also has the magic ratio in there too for spirals. It's all in there. It's all connected. Congratulations. Did you see that the Nobel Physics? The Nobel Physics people won an award for saying that local reality isn't real at all. Make sure you go read into that. It is crazy. There's proof that we have no idea what's going on, that nothing is real. And they just won a physics Nobel Prize for it. Did I get that right? There were 3 people that just won it. I'll show you. You can go look at it. You can continue your first secret tutorial where you will learn how... Is it a secret tutorial or is it a tutorial about secrets? You can continue with your very first super secret tutorial. You can continue with the tutorial entitled Your First Secret. I know. Am I drinking yet? Can I drink yet? I'm going to drink. Give me a second. YouTube people really didn't have to wait that long. It's like, blink. Sometimes partners use dimension, square, cube, or root of 2, root 3, and so on. Looks like we're now subscribed to Hexagon Faction. I make no promises. Nope. All right, here we go. New platform for documentation and tutorials is launching soon. Even better than the current one. God, I love Hashicorp. Hashicorp, I love you. This passes inspection. Somebody clip that. Your first secret. Reference, because I'm always hating on everything. Somebody clip the positive things I say, please. Instead of flipping off Victoria Mikhailovna or whatever I do. I am a positive person. I promise. Your first secret. I have so many secrets to hide. Create your account. Vault, Hashicorp, your first secret. I refuse to click on that because I know you're trolling me with a nice black thing. And then you're going to switch over to a huge white screen. I do not trust you. If you successfully completed this step in starting the server, you started the dev server and exported Vault token and the initial root token so that the Vault login is not required to authenticate. If you have not yet completed those steps, please review this tutorial to do so. Oh, so you can actually log in and not actually give away your secrets in the environment. Yay! I did complete those steps. Please review this tutorial to do so. Now that the dev server is up and running, let's get straight to it and read it and write your first secret. Launch the terminal. Or you can use an interactive lab in the web because terminals are too hard to start up. Key value secrets engine. When running Vault in dev mode, the key value 2 secrets engine is enabled at secret/path. Key value secrets engine is a generic key value store used in store arbitrary secrets and configuring failure storage for secrets that are written to the vault and encrypted and then written to backend storage. Therefore, the backend storage mechanism never sees the unencrypted value and doesn't have the means necessary to decrypt it without Vault. I have no idea what that means. There will be no file in the AX system. Oh my God, really? There is no file in the AIX system. Huh. Interesting. Well, that's reason enough not to do it. And also, it explains why we got to find out about Solaris. Yeah. We have to find out about Solaris. Yeah. This is a pretty strong vodka I'm drinking, so I'm kind of like... I promise I'll stop streaming very soon. So that you, I mean, we're it's still valuable, right? I mean, it's not a complete mess up. Hey, look, if I didn't have fun, I wouldn't do this. So, there. Anyway, here we go. That was a quote from the link. But the PS command does let you know what environment variables and some processes are seeing. Even across UUIDs, yes, because we know that's true for args. Anyway, that's something to consider. I mean, nobody's running containers on AIX. I'm trying to track down the origin of the cardinal rule, thou shalt not put secrets in environment variables, because it is not being followed by the DevOps community at all right now. And, you know, just want better understanding on that. This tutorial just had us do that and then says, by the way, don't do that. Make sure you use login instead, which doesn't use environment variables. So it's relevant to what we're talking about. Secrets written to the vault are encrypted and then written back in storage. Therefore, back in storage mechanism never sees the unencrypted stuff. Yeah, what? Boy, I don't know about that one. That's a big one to add to DevMan. Yeah, that's a tough one to talk about shortly. Key value secrets engine has version 1 and 2. The difference is that version 2 provides versioning of secrets and version 1 does not. So version 2 has versioning, version 1 does not. Use the Vault KV subcommand to interact with the KV secrets engine. Okie dokie. Vault KV subcommand delete, destroy. Enable versioning, get, list, metadata, patch, put, sets or updates a secret. Sounds a lot like a REST API. Rollback. Oh man, it has versioning for secrets. That is fucking awesome. I'm going to put all my secrets in here. Now you know where all my secrets are going to go. I'm going to set up a Vault server and I'm going to be, and oh, you know what I could do? I could use SSH from my phone to SSH into my system and look up my passwords anytime using Vault on my system at home. And I can use it for my own password management. I mean, it's overkill, of course. The biggest problem I have with password management is I have a password manager, KeePassXC, and those only exist in that one file. So it's not accessible to anything else. I have to actually get on a system, and the command line for KeePassXC is not that good. But this is like enterprise grade security. I could put all my secrets in Vault and manage it internally and then create my own interface to it, which is really just SSH onto this machine that has it. For what it's worth, as a dead man, I would never, ever take a job that's not remote. Personally, I feel it's a waste of my time and money. I actually did the calculated. It's about worth $20,000 about to me to go into work every day versus working from home in terms of gas and lost time and pain and suffering and wear and tear in the car and all of that stuff. That's my number. So if somebody wants me to come in, they're going to pay me $20,000, $30,000 extra. Otherwise, I'm not even talking to them. There's the attack search fates. What are you talking about? Now you know to come after me because I'm horrible at OPSEC and I just told you where all my secrets are. Does anybody know what OPSEC is? Yeah, a lot of people use the term. They have no idea what it is. That includes me. What is OPSEC? Operational security. OPSEC is a process that identifies critical information to determine if friendly actions can be observed by enemy intelligence, determines if information obtained by adversaries could be interpreted to be useful to them, and then executes selective measures that eliminate or reduce adversary exploitation of friendly critical information. In other words, OPSEC is things like my IP address, where I live, what my apartment is, what my social security number is, all of the things that narrow down, as somebody said, the footprint of thing that you're going to attack. Telling you that I'm going to run all my secrets in Vault is a huge violation of OPSEC that I don't care about. So, anyway, KeyPass has a great Android app. Yeah, they do. I have it, actually. The problem is that my dictionary is all over the place, right? And I use I'm narrowing your attack surface, but I use physical security. I'll put it that way. What you do and how you act out operational. Right. So people use OPSEC all the time, and OPSEC is a thing all by itself. It's like reduce, don't give up, don't stream your life. Horrible for OPSEC. I'm like the worst example of OPSEC in the world. Because I mean, you just wear my life on my sleeve, tell you my IP addresses and shit, including where my sock drawer is. Actually, your sock drawer does count, especially if you hide secrets in your sock somewhere. I may or may not have at one time hidden USBs throughout my house in different places. That may be something that I did once upon a time. Because, I mean, if you lose the things, it's just as bad. So, yeah. Anyway, we're going to do this. We're going to make a secret, and then I'm going to call it a night. Vault KV equals help. I mean, because then I want to actually do the thing. It could be presented with this intention of leading attackers down the wrong path. I definitely could be. I'm not that smart. Of course, if I was really that smart, I would say I'm not that smart. Maybe I am a spy. I used to say that to the Russians all the time. The maids... I'd say that to the maids all the time. They're like, "Oh, Rob, no spion." After I almost got picked up by the police. It's a true story. True story actually happened. And we had to explain to the police that I wasn't a spy. Wink, wink. And then everybody kept calling me a spy, and I would always freak them out. They would like laugh, "Oh, Rob, no spion." And I'd be like, "How do you know I'm not a spy?" And they'd be like, their face would get out. I'm just joking with you. It was fun. It was good times. I'm not a spy, by the way, in case you're wondering. I would be the worst spy in the whole world. I mean, come on. Look at what I'm doing. I'm getting drunk on stream and telling stories and touching my nipples. I'm either the best spy ever or I am the worst fucking spy possible. Vault KV space dash help. We have spies in our community. They usually have ghost in their name. They've been pretty forthright with that, so don't say anything if you don't want to be saved to YouTube. Yeah. It's funny. It's the pattern for spies who put ghost in their name is pretty funny. Yeah. It's like, oh, no one's going to know if I put ghost in my name that I'm actually a spy. I think you should put spook in your name. That's what I think. If you're a spy out there, if we have any spies watching right now, that's what you should do. You should put spook in your name. That's even more fun. It's also Halloweeny. There we go. All right, here we go. Vault KV. Let's actually do something. Vault KV subcommand. The command has subcommands for interacting with Vault's key value. We already did that. Vault KV put mount secret. That must be a directory. Foo bar baz bar equals baz. Wow, these people are foo bar people. God, I love them way more. Create or update the key named foo in the secret mount. How do I mount secret? All right, I'm gonna try that. Vault KV put. Let's see if I can do this without looking. Vault KV put dash mount equals secret. Foo bar equals baz. All right. All right. Here we go. Vault. I can't remember. KV key value. Put. It's mount equals secret. That must make a file right here. Okay, there's going to be a secret named foo. Create or update the key named foo in the secret mount. Is bar equals baz, is it like one of the many things? Bar equals baz. Must supply data. Looks like I did. Did I not provide data? What the hell? The tactical nipples giveaway. Did I forget foo? Thank you. Y'all have good eyes. Yeah, have great eyes. They're so beautiful. There we go. So I could probably figure out the rest. Vault KV get foo. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. Mount equals secret. Damn. Oh, they have to be in order? Shit, Cobra ruined me. Ah, look at that. There's my secret. Yep. Can I put more data in there? I want to. Uh-huh. I want to put another thing in here. I want to put another thing. Is it going to do it? Oh, wow. It got rid of it. But I want to add both of them. Wait a second. So that's a little weird. Because you have a name of a thing, and then you have the key for the thing, and then the value for the thing. It's unlike dictionaries and maps in general, right? Usually a map would have like just the key and the value. That's how I set up bars in Bonsai, for example. It strikes me as odd. I mean, I would have thought that I could have had an additional thing in there. Well, let's continue to read. So vault equals get mount secret foo, get metadata for the key. Get foo, we did that. Get a specific key version. Ooh, we did not do that. Deprecated. Path-like syntax can also be used, but this should... What? Should be avoided for KVV2. And the fact is that it's not actually the full API path to the secret. Secret data foo can cause confusion. All right, we're not going to do that. We don't even pretend like we didn't see that. It says don't do it. Revert to Baz again. Can I? Uh-huh. All right, let's do get, and then let's do, what is it, dash version? Dash version equals 1. Foo? What? Oh, I love this. I love this. We did this because we want to have it help us make us our certs. Is there already stuff in here to build certs? I'm not seeing it. I mean, all this stuff is great and all, but the whole point of this is to make a cert without having to use OpenSSL. So where is that? Because I'm not seeing it. I mean, this is just a fancy database is all it is. Am I wrong? It's a fancy version database. Write a secret before you begin. Check the help command, okay? Now write a key value secret to the path hello. Mount secret hello foo world. Wait. Secret path, secret data, hello path. You will learn about paths in more detail later, okay? From secrets. I think we got this. I actually want to kind of jump ahead to the PKI stuff. The secret mount path, which is automatically set up for you to start with Vault. The flag provided is not defined. Mount error means you are using an old version. Store the certs. I don't think it manages the certs. No, they made a big deal about managing the certs. So I'm going to be disappointed if it doesn't automatically rotate and manage certs for me. If there's not some plugin to do that. If I have to write code to do that and keep track of it, I mean, I appreciate the fact that it's a nice place to store secrets, but that'll be disappointing. Because, I mean, much of this I could have done with Keycloak. So, this is interesting. So, what is foo? Wait. I don't think this is anything. I think this is us doing some project. Holy shit. Maybe not. Foo is data. Is that going to break our database? I thought that something's not right. Let's see if all the, I mean, I want to see if that file was related to this. Foo was a file, yeah, and a directory. Yeah, I don't think it was related. I was expecting to see secret here. I was expecting to see secret mounted somehow, but it's not. It's being stored someplace, but I don't know where. Yeah, I mean, the running daemon is probably saving it someplace. I don't. It doesn't say where. It said that the dev server doesn't store anything anywhere. That it keeps it in memory only, encrypted in memory, but only in memory. It doesn't touch disk at all. So that's probably why there's no sign of it anywhere. I remember reading that. So anyway, which is great. I mean, that's really great. You can't sniff those things even out of memory, which you can do with KeePassXC actually. That's kind of a problem. KeePassXC has like a 30 to 60 second expiration for any unencrypted passphrases in memory, so that it forgets about it, so people can't sniff it out of memory. A flag provided but not defined mount error means that you are using an older version. You can even write multiple pieces of data. That's what I was hoping for. So apparently you can't append it though. You have to do kind of both of them, right? Yeah, I figured you could do that. It turns out that you can't do one and then change it to another one that overwrites the other one. You have to do them both at the same time. That's interesting. I mean, that's interesting. Warning example of tutorials, key value input, send secret to vault. However, sending data as part of the CLI command often end up in the shell history unencrypted. You think? To avoid this, refer to static secrets, key value secrets engine, or put a space in front of it. Yeah, watch. You know this, right? Please tell me everybody knows this. Let's say that we have, let's do a put. Where's our put? Let's say I have a put mount equals secret foo another thing. Another super duper secret, right? First of all, it's a fucking argument on the command line. So you should never do that. Never do that. You should be passing it from a file, which I'm sure this tool has. You should never, ever execute any command with anything secret on the argument command line, ever. Because even if it's only a fraction of a second, that stuff is public to the entire system as soon as it hits proc and it's running. So even though you can put space here and keep it out of the history, right? So now if I go back into history and I look for super duper whatever, it's not there, right? It's not there because it didn't get saved in history because I put a space in front of a command. Any command with a space in front of it. So let's say you're willing to take, kind of a foolish step and do something secret on the command line as an argument because you know it's only going to run for a millisecond and you're pretty confident that you're the only one on the system. Even though you never really know. And then what? So then you can actually put a couple spaces in there and then it's not going to show up in the history. Or if you don't want to show, if you don't want to clutter your history with command line searches or something, you can put a space in front of the question mark. So I mean that's a thing that people do. Read a secret. Okay, now this is what I was looking for. As you might expect, secrets can be retrieved with vault get, period. Yes, thank God. As I just said, by typing any kind of secret on the command line is a horrible idea. And audit log if you track everyone's shell input. Nope. No, you'd have to have something watching TTY keystrokes to get that. If you put spaces before history, it doesn't show up anywhere in the history. So as far as I know, if you have any information to the contrary of that, I'd love to hear it. For shell prompt, history enabled, disabled. Yes. You know, you could do that. You know what's cool? No, you couldn't do that. Because the prompt command only executes on in return. If the prompt command would actually run every time you tapped a key, then you could actually update your command prompt dynamically to show that you are not writing to the shell history or something. It's not possible in Bash as far as I know. Maybe Z shell, I don't know. I mean, it's not that big a deal. You just know you put a space, it doesn't save it. Key mount select secret equals hello. As you might expect, secrets can be retrieved with kv vault doc. Wait. Vault kv get dot. What does this do? Does this get all of them? What the hell does that do? kv get dot. No value found at dot. Oh, I have to mount a secret. Warning, the following warnings were returned by default. Non-listed operations of the root KVM or mount are not supported. And we're working on the same thing. History-A? Yeah. Yeah, I use history. That automatically writes your history after every command. It can be annoying, but it's the way to do that. I did that when I was doing Skillbot, and I was tracing people's history files to see if they were typing shit right. I made a kind of interactive tool that would basically spy on them to see if they were doing stuff right. And they had to have history-A enabled in their prompt in order to do that. It's cool. It forces the write of the history immediately. Anytime the prompt command is executed, anytime they hit enter. A little bit extra overhead, but worth it for that kind of thing. So what? Vault returns the latest version in case of the secret hello. It disables ignore dupes. Probably because it, yeah, we guess, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, it must be hard to do. To print only the value of the given field, use the dash field equals key flag name. Oh. Interesting. Okay. What is this dot about? Read a secret. As you might expect, secrets can be retrieved with vault kv get dot. This does not look similar to me. No value found at dot. I don't understand that. The dot is a formatting issue in the README. With KV, oh, get. It's not get dot, it's get. Oh, all right, that makes sense. Oh, okay. That was very confusing. Yeah. So I would still have to do mount equals secret or whatever. Whatever. What were we using before? KV dash mount. You have to have a key apparently. Hello. Another foo. There we go. Foo, and then we can put dash field. There's another super duper secret. Okay. Yeah, that threw me for sure. Okay, vault equals. There's another one of those. To print only the value of a given field, we did that. Vault get blah format JSON. What? How about we get rid of the field thing? And we'll do both of them. And then we'll do a key value. Wow, look at that. Data, another blah, blah, blah. Request ID, least duration. Holy smokes. I like it. I like it a lot. Delete a secret. I mean, this is all well and good, but YAML, does it? Oh, baby. Oh, baby, I'm so tired. It's using version 2 of YAML. I know the library it's using just by looking at the output. For which I am grateful, by the way. Hey, it's 44 minutes till the end of this Pomo. Seconds. I still don't know how to make a public key out of this. I mean, it's all cool and all, but I'm going to zoom past this really quickly. Grab a little more alcohol, do one more Pomo session, and try to figure out how to make keys with this. Look at this fanciest thingy here. It's like, hey, you can put all these things in here as long as you put them in here. Next, in this tutorial, you learn the powerful CRUD features of the Vault. Exactly, it was just CRUD. On its own, this is already basically useful. Yeah, okay, fine. But I actually want to do more than that. Key value pairs. Continue to the Secrets Engine tutorial for a quick tour of Vault's Secrets Engine. I like this a lot. It is from a movie, yeah. You never know what you're gonna get. You may notice other tutorials on this site using KVCLI command with different syntax. Well, KV get secret instead of blah. Either style will have the same result, but we recommend the more explicit dash mount. Yeah, good old Forrest. This tutorial only touches the basis of the key value engines. Apparently. Time for a break. Here's some music. Ready to party. Now is the time the sprockets dance. I'll be back. Darn it, I forgot to turn YouTube off. I just got demonetized. Oh well. That's so for YouTube, let me repeat this. I was trying to jump ahead and get to the stuff where Vault actually helps me do something with Kubernetes, and am reading something that reminded me that I already looked at Vault a year and a half ago and dismissed it because of its requirement to have a sidecar and everything running in Kubernetes that plans on using any of that stuff. And I mean, at the time, I was like, hell no. And I really need to know if that's a requirement, because that is not okay. I am not forcing every pod, every deployment, everything in my entire infrastructure to have a sidecar just so that I can manage secrets through Vault. I remember looking at that, and I'm catching on to that memory right now, and I'm going to run this down, because if that's true, I am done with Vault immediately. And I mean, I have to look at its PKI independent stuff from Kubernetes. Maybe that's worth looking at, right? I mean, Vault is more than just Kubernetes integration, but if the level of certificate integration that we're looking for here is yeah, that's just a no. It's a big old no. Which makes sense, because I mean, Vault is a Hashicorp product. It's not a Kubernetes product. Sidecar is probably only one of the ways. Yeah, I figured. I mean, if look, all I want to do is create the initial certificates for the kubeadm command. This is nothing to do with that. So far, I don't see anything to do that. I'm still using OpenSSL. As of everything I've read so far, I would still have to use OpenSSL to do that. And then I would just put the values in the Vault store, which is just in a glorified Ansible Vault. At that time, I could just store it in a file if I really wanted to. Because what is it really getting me? It's a lot of extra. And then I see where Step CA starts to come in and be attractive to people. Honestly, Step CA as of this moment is more attractive to me than Vault, having gone through this. So I don't see any. The thing that's so great about Step CA is that it's just about making the keys. That's it. It's not about any of this extra crap that you have to read through and go through your, milk before meat tutorials and stuff. I just want to make my certificates, and it's not immediately obvious how to do that. Vault Kubernetes first class support for Vault and Kubernetes. So this is its own project. Hashicorp Vault Kates. I think this is probably more than I want, though. This is like a full blown integration with the sidecars and stuff, I'm guessing. So where is the thing that just does PKI that has nothing to do with Kubernetes? Maybe I'm searching for the wrong things here. There you go. I mean, Sergeant Pepper is saying there's other ways, but that's not what this says. Currently, the only integration in this repository is the Vault Agent Sidecar Injector, which I want nothing to do with, ever. In the future, more integrations will be found here. And that's the official site. So, to me, that means, and, probably rightfully so, that at the end of the day, HashiCorp really doesn't give a shit about Kubernetes. Let's just be real. They're pushing their thing. They're doing the Nomad, and Vault integrates better with Nomad. No surprise there. So that leaves the reason I looked into this in the first place, which is to do my PKI independent of Kubernetes. And so I'm going to start doing searches that have some third party have things like that. Yeah, but at that point, it's like all it is just a glorified database that stores things safely. And especially for a Homelab, I don't need that. But I don't even know if I want that in the enterprise. I don't know. I definitely, I've got problems with Vault, because if I was going to, yeah, it's kind of frustrating, because I was so, amped up on doing a zero trust architecture and everything. Well, you've got to integrate zero trust into your Kubernetes deployment. And the only option to do that currently that's supported on their site is Vault-KS, which is a sidecar injector. And that architecture is shit. I'm sad to say it, but it's absolute shit. And I don't want anything to do with it. So if that's the only way to integrate Vault into your Kubernetes internally, we're not talking about kubeadm and Init. We're talking about long-term zero trust thing, then that completely tanks that portion of the decision tree which says, Vault is a good, upstanding citizen on that kind of thing. So, yeah, thank you for the reminder. It's like back down to 45 minutes again. So I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to throw it out. If I don't find an easy way to make certificates that's built into the tool and not some third-party add-on, I'm done with this, and I'm going to move on to the one that other people were suggesting, the cert, what is there, side CA, step CA. We're going to look at step CA, and then we'll just look at writing it in OpenShift and doing it that way. Because this is not a valid option for integration with Kubernetes, in my opinion. Read the zero trust post on step CA if you haven't. Easy RSA maybe. I don't know. I haven't looked at easy RSA at all, but from my initial view of step CA, I'm so far I'm getting really lured by that. I want to look at that. I've just about thrown Vault out at this point because the main advantage for using Vault over something as focused as Step CA was its global enterprise adoption and its support in OpenShift and its integration into other enterprise tools such as Kubernetes. And now I've just remembered that the Kubernetes integration is absolute shit, and I don't want anything to do with it. So that entire, as I said before, that entire line of thinking has left me with, okay, well, how is this better than OpenSSL? And that is really the only criterion. So, so far I still haven't seen it. I'm like an hour in, and I still have no idea how to make a PKI cert. It's like telling me how to use CRUD, which is, milk before. Okay, whatever. I don't know. I think there's probably something else. Build your own with Vault. Here we go. This is what I was thinking. This is the reason we looked at it, right? So here we go. This is a pseudo tutorial. Learn Hashicorp Vault. Okay, so this is actually a tutorial. Let's go find this actual one. Let's open this. Let's give them a chance, and let's actually open a tutorial about what we're doing, as opposed to some crud shit. I'm gonna put a link to this. I mean, they have a chance to win me over here, but I don't know. I'm not hopeful. They just went down a lot in my book by realizing they're the ones that do the fucking sidecar thing, because I hated that when I saw that. When I first found that, I was like, this is totally horrible. All right, so build your own certificate authority. Sam, what are you doing? She's like dancing around. How you doing, honey? How you doing? I'm almost done. She's like, no, you're not. You're just lying to me. Okay, so Vault's PKI secrets. I got to put this in my notes. Realize Vault is that crap that injects a sidecar in Kubernetes. That was very sad. All right, so Pomo timer on what almost done means. I don't know what that means. I can see the Pomo timer. Oh, the Sam? She could probably read it. She's like laying down now. Vault's PKI secrets engine can dynamically generate X509 certificates. That's cool. That's what we want. This allows services to acquire certificates through going through the usual manual process of generating private key certificates. This is what we want. Personas. This step describes a tutorial to believe by a security engineer. Personas is straight out of Zero Trust. It's like straight out of the name, the Zero Trust PDF or white paper that we started reading. So this is this is back to the reason why I like Vault is they've taken Zero Trust to heart. Secrets management. I think I'm close to that. Build certificate authority, CA and Vault with an offline route. Yeah, baby. That's exactly what I want. Thank you for finding that. That is absolutely exactly what I want. Unfortunately I may not get to it by the end of the day. I'm only got an hour left, 40 minutes left. But you know, it's been a learning process. Let's read this one. I'm going to read this one first because this is the one I really care about. Vault wouldn't be needed, but it does act as a bridge. Why wouldn't it be needed? Every single thing would carry its own credentials of some kind. You would have no need to centralize certificates, is what you're saying, in a perfect zero trust world. All cryptographic identities at the core level, right? I mean, but how do you audit that? You know, I like that because that's more secure by far, right? There's no central credential store to attack. Everything just knows what it is and what it does and what it provides, right? I just don't know how you would ever audit that. I mean, the auditor in me is coming out. Remote attestation and certs are signed. They're added to the cryptographic ledger. You see how the identities are issued. Well, now you're talking about a blockchain of some kind, right? Not a blockchain, but some form of. Yeah, it would be transparency ledgers. Huh. Yeah, I would really love to see that deployed, because I think a lot of opportunists like Hashicorp are cashing in on the zero trust thing, but they're keeping things centralized just for the sake of ease of use. I would love to see an actual. I mean, where else are you going to practice a zero trust deployment except for your Homelab? You know, I feel like I could do it here. They're totally caching it, and then they're centralizing. They're providing VPN like firewalls and boundary firewalls, and saying, yeah, use practice zero trust by setting up this VPN firewall. And I'm like, that's not zero trust. Yeah. Vault CSI providers the alternative sidecar injection. That's a thing, because it certainly wasn't discussed here on that page. If there's any alternative to sidecar, I can warm up the Vault again a little bit. If you don't know what a sidecar is, by the way, a sidecar is a forced monkey patch, essentially, of a deployment or a pod. A pod is not just one container. Beginners always mistake this. A pod usually has just one container in it, but most of the time it'll have that container and another container. So Istio puts another one in there. Sometimes you're going to have 2 or 3 containers in it, all in the same IP space. They all have the same IP address, all as if they were running on the same really, really localized machine. And a sidecar is there to take over some of the communication and do extra things and monitor the other container, because it has direct access network-wise. Container set, to see all the other containers. So it's in the like local spec space of the other containers. And the injection of a sidecar is a way to do all kinds of fun things. So like that NetShoot pod that I was trying to run does that. It injects itself as a sidecar into any other standard deployment, and it's kind of like a little parasite temporarily to give you insight into what's going on inside of that, you know, that thing, which is a pod, but a pod might be part of a lot of other stuff. So and the way that Vault does security and the sidecar method is it like forces itself into every fucking pod in your entire Kubernetes cluster that uses any kind of access to Vault, which is pretty much everything. If you're going to start talking about, you know, security and stuff like that, it's gonna need to do it in everything. I think there's probably some way to make it so it doesn't go into everything. We just turned off default Istio injection, by the way. We don't automatically inject Istio anymore. We used to, and it just bloated everything, made the command lines harder because you had to do a -C on a kubectl in order to get to the right thing, because the default was always Istio. Sidecars are a pain in the ass when they're forced on you. for all the same reasons that monkey patching source code is a pain in the ass, because it's changing the default behavior in some way that's not expected by the original application, and it's fraught with peril. There's all kinds of problems. This is why when I want to see an alternative, if there is one, to that kind of approach. So, build certificate authority CA in a vault with an offline root. In this tutorial, you'll build your own certificate CA. Great. And demonstrate how you can create a CA chain hierarchy. Yay. With an offline root and online intermediate CAs in a vault, which is exactly what I want. That's exactly what I want. Prerequisites. To perform the test described in this tutorial, you need Vault as a binary, have it, search trap tool by Squarespace to create a simple offline root CA. What the fuck? So they don't create the CA for you. They have nothing to do that. Okay, step CA is looking very, very good in this moment. OpenSSL, you're fucking kidding me? I'm done. I'm out. I don't want anything to do with it. I don't want anything to do with it. It's telling me to use all the tools I was already using, and then you can put them in your thing and you can do a good thing. No, fuck no. Probably they're only using OpenSSL so you can inspect the 509 certificate. That's what it says. So it's only for doing the reading of it, which we were just doing, not for creating the cert. And creating the cert with OpenSSL is a pain in the ass. So apparently it's going to create the thing for you, but it's going to require search trap with yet another dependency. And I'm done. I'm done with this. I don't want anything to do with it. This is their actual tutorial about how to set up a root CA. I don't want anything to do with it. This is totally bad architecture. I would rather do my own than this. Yes, okay, it provides a place to store it and everything, but look at all the integration things. Tree tool to view the folder structure. Okay, fine. And Vault binary, search trap. The dependency on something from Square in order to even do this shit, to build the root line offline CA. What? Is this a thing anybody else is using? Please tell me I'm wrong. I mean, what am I, help me calm down here. What am I doing wrong? Am I not seeing, it's the tutorial for an external CA. That's exactly what I want. The simple certificate manager written in Go to bootstrap your own certificate authority and public key infrastructure adapted from etcd CA. Search is a very convenient app if you don't feel like dealing with OpenSSL and a myriad of options. So this is just another CFC-SSL. And I don't want to do that. I guess I'm going to use OpenSSL and do it the hard way. My Homelab and all of this. You don't have to do all of this in your Homelab. If you want to be good, you do this. If you don't want to be good, if you just want to get it up and running and go, then just use kubeadm with all the defaults. You'll be done. It takes like an hour. But I don't. I want to set up a PKI infrastructure. Most Homelab people probably don't want to do that. And this takes a long time. If you're watching this tutorial thinking you're going to get the quick and dirty way to set up your Homelab, you're in the wrong place. So search trap allows you to build your own certificate system. I don't want a dependency on yet another tool. Okay, so I'm gonna look at step CA. I'm gonna cancel the stream for the rest of the night because it's very disappointing. As extremely disappointing. So Vault does not do what it promises to do. It does not have any way to rotate the certificates by itself. It does not have any way to do what I want, which is to generate the original CA root certificate externally. It depends on fucking Squarespace for that. It's probably a tool to do it. I don't know. I may be overreacting, but I'm a little frustrated right now. So no more Vault for me. I'm gonna go with the unsexy alternatives. Is that bad? It's not friendly, but right. But I mean, consider the amount of cruft and bloat I would have to add to my enterprise just to get certs to work when I could have just used the internal ones, which we already documented, right? And I chose to use OpenSSL so I could make my own. And then, Vault is poo-pooing on the idea of storing, CAs in different ways. There's a different tutorial for what? I do too want external CA. I want external CA. That's exactly what I want. I want an external CA. absolutely want an external CA. Which I can do with OpenSSL. I just have to delete the root CAs off the system and store them as a QR code and cut them in half and distribute them as Horcruxes all over. I can do that. It's just a pain in the ass to do that. It's not enterprise friendly. So I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I know this is popular. I know people are using it, but the number of dependencies this places on the entire process of creating a root CA for Kubernetes is unwieldy and unnecessary, even for an enterprise of the scope that we've talked about. So, no, that's just me saying no. Build your own certificate of CA. Let me see if I missed something. I'm going to keep reading. Vault's PKI secrets engine can dynamic generate certificates. Unless it's an external root CA, in which it depends on some fucking Squarespace app. Challenge. Organizations to blah, blah, blah. Solution. Use Vault to create 509 certs in MTLS or other arbitrary PKI. Sounds great. This solution can be used to create web server certificates, but it's also used to not to import CA chains. So it doesn't have any Kubernetes tie-in. Creating PKI certs is generally a cumbersome process using traditional tools like OpenSSL. No shit. Or even more advanced frameworks like CFSSL, which is also shit. These tools also require a human component to verify the certificate. Vault PKI secrets engine makes it a lot simpler. Okay, prove it. The PKI secrets engine can be an intermediate-only certificate authority, which potentially allows high levels of security. Okay, great. Store the CA outside of Vault. We already talked about that. Create CSRs for intermediate CA. Want to do that. CSRs are certificate service requests. We've learned that. Sign CSR outside of Vault and import immediate CA. I don't know. I want to use an internal CA. But strictly speaking, an internal CA is just me having a root CA kit, a root CA file that I store on a USB stick, which is the HSM possibility that I already looked at in the entrust option. Ça va assez bien. Issue leave certificates from the intermediate CA. Right. So these are all things that are all being done over the API to Vault or through the command line or whatever. Prerequisites. To perform a test describing this tutorial, you need a Vault environment. The API CLI, got it. And JQ, fine. Launch the terminal, fine. So far, this is easier than the external CA. Right? To perform all the tests demonstrated tutorial, you must follow the things. Enable secrets engine. Capabilities, create, read, update lists. Listen to secrets, capability, read lists. If you are not familiar with policies, click the policies tutorial. Wait, so we have to go enable the policies in order to even be able to do it? Fuck. I mean, that's what you get with the monolith kind of application. A bunch of extra shit you have to do. You know what? Sidestep is like, or Step CA is looking really attractive right now. I mean, like really fucking attractive. So, scenario introduction. In this tutorial, you're going to first generate a self-signed root cert. Okay, that's what we wanted in the first place. Then you're going to generate intermediate certs. Okay, this we already know. And we're going to test that example. Mine's going to be lab.rdbx.gg. So yeah, the root cert, intermediate cert, and the identity certificate. So this is, standard CA stuff. Standard, PKI stuff. This is stuff we went over the last 3 days. You can choose to complete this tutorial at this point, or you can continue with the advanced section on multiple issuer functionality beginning with step 7. Then you learn how to enable a second root CA in the same secrets engine mount. You'll also learn how to rotate the old CA and begin issuing certificates from the existing one. Okay, so that's important. If they can rotate and protect you from that, finally you will learn how to sunset the old CA. In this tutorial, will perform the following: generate a root CA, generate immediate CA, create a role, request certificates, revoke certificates. Okay, this is good. This is good. This is the original tutorial. This is different than this one. This one is the external cert one. If I remember right. Maybe I got that right. No, this is your first cert. No, this is not it. This is the getting started one. There's another one somebody sent me. Where is it? There's another one somebody sent me. This is my last one though. I'm getting grumpy. I always get grumpy by the end. And it's not just the alcohol, I promise. Notice about multi-issue functionality. Revocation list is coming all issuers. See, these are the things I want. I want these things without a lot of hassle. However, since each issue may have distinctive subjects and keys, it is strongly encouraged to limit the scope of CAs within the mount and not to mix different types of CAs, roots, and intermediates. Makes sense. Some functionality will not work if the default issuer is not configured. For reading comprehension. Vault automatically selects the default issuer from the current issue certificates. Apparently, there's a default issuer. Vault HTTP Vault is their cloud offering. Vault server dev root token ID root. The Vault dev server defaults to whatever. Do not do this. It's dev. Don't export. It's bad. Don't export your root token. We already covered that. Generate root CA. Vault secrets enable PKI. Okay. This is looking very promising. That's exactly what I was hoping to find. Enable the PKI secrets engine to have PKI slash. Tune the PKI secrets engine to issue certificates with a maximum time live of 87,000 hours. Vault secrets tune maximally period. This is looking good. This is looking good. This is like a server that does what I want. Successful output example. Generate example.com root CA. Give an issue name a certificate file. Generate an example of root CA given an issuer name and save a cert. Vault write field certificate PKI blah. Common name issuer name. Ooh, okay, that's really good. That looks really, 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 really good. That looks good. The command is not expected to produce any output. This generates a new self-signed CA cert with a private key. Vault will automatically revoke the generated root at the end of this release. The CA cert will sign its own certificate revocation list. Huh. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I mean, just that is worth looking at it some more. Okay, so we don't have to use the Kubernetes integration with Vault. And if it turns out that they have non-sidecar integration eventually, then maybe we'll use that someday. But this right here by itself might be worth it. So, especially since it's just a single binary. List the issue information for the root CA. Vault lists PKI issuers. It gives you all the keys by name. Shit, that's cool. You can read the issuer with its ID to get its certificates and other metadata. PKI issuer. Example output. Create a role for the root CA. Creating a role allows you to specify an issuer when necessary for the purpose of the scenario. Yes. This also provides a simple way to transition from one issuer by another referring to its name. PKI roles allow any name success data written to Bob. Alright, so how do we offline the root CA? Besides deleting it from here. The role is only permissive in the names that it allows. Configure the CA and CRL URLs. Vault issue certificates, Vault. Write URLs. Configure the CA and CRL URLs. Why? So does this mean you can actually request these URLs to get certs from here? I'm guessing that's true. Okay, write PKI configure URLs, issue certificates, Vault address, PKI CA. Generate intermediate CA, yes. Now you're going to create intermediate CA or 10 using the root CA you just generated. Vault secrets enable PKI path. This is output example, yes. Tune the secrets engine to issue certificates with a maximum time to live. Value secrets tune. You know what I love about this? This tune thing is the way to change your current context. It's like setting an environment variable, but not. I really like that a lot. That's a really great design thing. Max list DTL, PKI INT. I guess that's just for the PKI INT, not for everything. Okay. Tune the secrets. Execute the following command to generate intermediate save as CSR. So the CSR is the incoming request for the certificate. Data.csr. Pipe to .data.csr. That's the PKI intermediate CSR. The CSR is not a CRT though. We're gonna have to transfer that. Command is expected to produce no output. Sign the intermediate certificate with the root CA private key. Write format JSON PKI root intermediate. Sure, CSR intermediate CSR. format equals PEM bundle TTL blah. Intermediate certificate PEM. PEM has got the cert and the key in it. This command is expected to produce no output. Okay. Once the CSR is signed and the root CA returns the certificate, it can be imported back into Vault. Vault write PKI self-sign set signed certificate equals the intermediate cert of PEM. This must be. I mean, it's not loading it from a file. It's got to be some sort of cache in memory. Successful output. Import issuers, imported keys, mapping. Create a role. A role is a logical name that maps to a policy used to generate those credentials. It allows configuration parameters to control certificate common names, alternate names, and key uses that they are not valid for anymore. Allowed domains, allowed better domains. In this step, you are going to create a role named example.com. Create a role named example.com, which allows subdomains and specify the default issuer ref ID as user. I imagine this is what gives us like the client-based certs that have the different properties, the domain name properties. Keep certificate lifetime short to align with the Vault's philosophy of short lifetime. Okay, so the profile thing is like, okay, so hey, we have a CA and we want to set up some rules about what kind of certs come out of the CA, including what domains can be specified and stuff like that. This is the kind of thing that Let's Encrypt would have set to just say, hey, we only want to allow server certificates out of here, as opposed to server and client. It's like, what permissions are we going to allow? What kind of certs are we going to allow to come from the CA? And in Let's Encrypt, of course, the cert you get is just a server. It's just a cert. It's not a CA at all. So this is allowing you to lock down what kind of certs can be created from a CA. Okay. And then we have create a role name example that comes with subdomains, vault write PKI, issue ref, allow domains. So this is all the stuff that would go in a leaf certificate. Vault read field default PKI configure issuers. Okay. Request certificates. Keep certificate lifetime short to align to Vault's philosophy. To request a new certificate for the test example based domain. Yeah, we wouldn't do that. We would want it to be there for a long time. Write example.com common name equals whatever. I mean, that's kind of weird. Get an RSA private key. That's the key for the. That's the key for the CA. I mean, for the cert. The response contains the PM encoded private key type, and certificate serial number. Okay. Revoke certs. If a certificate must be revoked, you can easily perform a revocation action, which will cause the CRL to be regenerated. When the certificate revocation list is regenerated, any explicit certificates are removed from the CRL. Interesting. In certain circumstances, you may wish to revoke an issued certificate. To revoke a certificate, execute the following command: vault write serial number revoke. So that's something I don't even know how we would do that with OpenSSL. I don't even know how you would do that. I can't even comprehend how you would do a revocation. I kind of want to know that. How to revoke a certificate with OpenSSL. I don't think you can. And generate a CRL OpenSSL. You'd have to generate a certificate revocation list and then make applications aware of the CRL. By default, that's not anything that we're doing. That's something that we'd be maintaining completely outside of Kubernetes as well, which includes all the rest of the root cert stuff, the root CA stuff. So this is a piece of managing your own PKI that I missed, that I learned about just by reading about Vault. So if you're going to run your own PKI, you have to be able to do certain things. How you do those things is a matter of implementation detail. One of them is you need to be able to issue the root CA and keep it safe. You need to be able to issue intermediate CAs. You need to be able to specify how you're going to create certificates from those intermediate CAs with specific parameters, which can be done programmatically or through profiling like they did in this tool. and you have to be able to revoke everything. And you have to need to add this discovery to the notes. I think we probably do, yeah. So yeah, I don't know how to say this, but PKI involves much more than Kubernetes requires, including issuing, including the following use cases. So we would have issue root CA, protect root CA, issue intermediate CAs, revoke any CA, maintain a certificate revocation list, a CRL, and then revoke any CA or cert, maintain a CRL, and then issue leaf certificates with specific properties, perhaps profiled. Okay, so that is really PKI. How you do it, it really doesn't matter. It's just a matter of, but this stuff is all entirely doable with OpenSSL. This really draws me to the step CA stuff, because the step CA stuff is very focused on these use cases only, and not, it doesn't attempt to store anything. We have to manage the certificate signing request, which, by the way, doesn't have to be through some sort of thing. Manage, let's see, except we need to manage certificate signing requests. And it's funny because a lot of these things, if you want a PKI, this is what you have, right? PKI use cases. Issue root CA, protect root CA, issue intermediate CA, issue leaf certificates with specific properties, manage certificates signing requests. That's actually what this is. Manage certificate signing requests are different than issuing them. It's different. And then you revoke the CA at any time and pull that all back. And we need to be able to audit it all too. So yeah, so we'd be able to audit and list all assets. So you can keep track of everything without putting it in GitHub or some shit. But you could do that. You could put that in Ansible Vault on a disk and put it so it's encrypted, and then you could have it be in a GitHub repo. It'd be fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's spread out and it's not enterprise scale, but you can do that. All right, so Vault write PKI int revoke, remove expired certificates. Oh wait, oh gosh, how do we even do that? Remove expired. Notify of certificate expirations, which took us out for 24 hours on our development cluster because we had no idea our cert expired because it was generated with OpenSSL and nobody even thought to write down the date. That actually happened. So yeah. Note the warning message is expected in every invocation of tidy rotate root CA. It was possible to enable more than one root CA in the same PKI secrets engine bound. Rotating the root CA challenge with respect to coordinating multiple PKI secret engine. Why would you want to rotate it? Good night. Good night, Daves. I'm going to bed too myself here any second. Why would you rotate your CA? That seems like that would break a lot of things. Just to stay secure? Including multi-user capabilities, which include multiple root CAs in the same secret engine. Multiple root CAs in the same secret engine for the purpose of root CA rotation. Rotate root CA. Yeah. It looks like it's a relatively new thing that was wanted because they just added it. To begin learning about functionality, CLI command. Rotating root CAs is common in corporate environments for security. I mean, it makes no sense out on the wider internet, but if the root CA is compromised, rotation mitigates it. I mean, that's a big deal, right? I mean, when you're rotating the root cert, aren't you effectively disabling all the certs from which it came? Really? Lol. So, tell me, once a day? Holy shit. But does that mean they have to reissue all the certs that are built off of the root? Yeah, obviously they do, right? And that means they have to be pulling those things down dynamically for every device that's associated with it. Fuck. That's insane. That just blew my mind. Where's my drink? Where's my vodka? All automated. It would have to be automated. I mean, we're talking about doing this process with OpenSSL. I mean, something like that could be done with Vault because there's an API to do all this stuff. You don't have to do it from the command line. They could automate all of this stuff through the API. That means everything that use all of the other certs would be constantly rotated. Like, that's crazy. That reminds me of like Romulan shield frequencies, or like Borg shield frequencies or something. It's you have to rotate the roots, or it's like, hey, we got to rotate the frequency like all the time. The signing keys for the CI are often stored in KMS. Wow. Client certs make sense, but for the root certs too, I know. That would only make sense if your entire enterprise was like so sensitive to. I mean, Vitani Foss had access to stuff that we probably will never see. Obviously, I don't need that, but it's the option of being able to do it is intriguing to me, though. And you can't do that with a bunch of bash scripts in OpenSSL. I mean, if you truly want to even consider rotating a root cert for any reason, and a Homelab that does a lot of hacking, maybe so. State actor level for DoD types, yeah. How many orgs do that? Well, I mean, not this org, obviously, not my org, but if I were to, if I were to take it up like several notches, my hacking to several notches, I would want to do that for damn sure in my Homelab. I mean, I have so many other holes in my Homelab that not to mention all my OPSEC holes. But if I were to ever take that route, monthly salary junior dev, it depends on what you consider a junior dev. You shouldn't use that word, junior. Maybe entry level developer. I'm guessing it depends on what language, but probably 80 to 90,000. Depends on where you are too. Istio rotates the certs every 12 hours. Are you talking about Istio the organization or Istio as it's deployed? You're talking about the Istio deployment within Kubernetes? The service mesh? So it does its own internal rotation. The kubelets don't do a rotation like that, I'm imagining. Yeah. That's still blowing my mind. It reduces blast resistance. Yeah. Yeah. I have been learning a lot today. I know a lot about the options on the PKI front right now. Do I think that our Kubernetes cluster is going to be rotating root CAs every hour? No. God, they forget they have a certificate after a year and it fucking expires. Takes down the whole system. The workloads themselves rotate their certs every hour and a half to have expiration 1 hour max. What I want to know is, okay, so if I have to, obviously that's not related to the root CA at all. I suspect that's why the intermediate CA has to be installed with the kubedm stuff. If we go back to the default kubedm stuff, if those things are reissuing themselves all the time, then they're using the intermediate root CAs, which are root CAs by the default in kubedm. If you follow me, let me see if I can save this and go back. So if I rack the workloads themselves rotate the root CA, or I need immediate. So how is that impacted by the baseline certificate setup during kubedm init? Because if you can follow me there, it's like where's the TLS stuff? Documents. So say we have they're separate, yet another CA to worry about. That's why I was asking. So they're effectively root CAs. So what I'm hearing you say is that the Istio mesh itself has a concept of a root CA for itself, and it does not play with anybody else. And the root CA for Istio is rotated every 12 hours. Okay, that makes sense. What I was a little bit afraid of is that maybe, I mean, see, this is the independent one. Each of these is a root CA, so, the kubedm thing. But the docs say, hey, yeah, you can go ahead and do this kind of thing. But then if you had it tied to a root CA above that, then what I want to know is, can these root CAs actually, can these intermediate CAs rotate themselves as long as they have their issuer? And I think the answer is yes, right? So is that true? I think that's true. So even if Istio was beholden to an issuer, it's not, from what you're saying. But if it were, it still has the right to rotate itself as long as it has the issuer available to reissue itself. Does that make sense? I'm guessing that would be true. It could be, but it generally is isolated. But that wouldn't decouple it from the issuer to say, hey, I want a new issuer, I want a new CA. If you had an intermediate CA that was acting as a root CA, such as like Istio, for example, that it could it could reissue itself. It could rotate itself and still be in every way valid for the CA from which it was issued. So that if this issuer decided to revoke, it would still apply to everything under it. If one of these things was to try to do its rotation, it wouldn't decouple itself from the issuer, right? As long as it has the key, the private key of the CA that the issuer that issued it, it can rotate itself as much as it wants. I'm guessing. I mean, it seems kind of silly because that would expose the private key for the issuer to do that, but that's what we have down here, right? But the public cert itself is what the PKI trust is based on. Yeah. Okay. I mean, so for that reason, those kind of systems like to have their own root CAs, right? They're like, okay, well, we're going to make our own root then, and then they self-sign or something. I mean, what you're saying, from what I gather from what you're saying, that the Istio root CA is self-signed and it's rotated. It'd have to be, and it doesn't tie into anything else. That just guarantees. Basically, they don't care about authenticity at all. They're not doing any authentication. They're just using it for authorization of different things. They're just using it to secure all the pipelines and stuff. I mean, because there's no greater level of trust above that says that the Istio CA is actually Istio CA. If it's reissuing itself all the time, it's not answering to a higher power. So, well, that's what I was asking. That's exactly what I'm asking right here. I was asking if you could put a CA above it. That would be ACME, so that the intermediates would use ACME to rotate from the issuer CA. Oh, really? And is that what a certificate? Is that what a CRS is, or a certificate service request is? Say, hey, I want to rotate, and you go ask your CA whether it's in the same machine or over a network or something. An API or whatever. That's what ACME is about. Okay, that makes a lot of sense, actually. CRS is separate from ACME, but it's just a signing request. Okay, yeah. That's what I was really asking, though. So I imagine Istio probably has the option on installation then to say, hey, do you want an upper level CA or not? It's going okay for 5 hours of streaming. It's time for me to go to bed. Again, I stream for like 5 or 6 hours. I watch TV for like an hour and a half or 2 hours, and then I fall asleep and get up and do it all again. I mean, this is not easy. This is the opposite of easy. But I feel like I'm really sincerely getting a handle on it, which I have wanted to do for 30 years. So I'm very happy to dive into this. Yeah, and I think one of the I think a good call to understanding this is ripping apart several of the enterprise tools that are out there and seeing what they do and learning their terminology and stuff and understanding the use cases they're fulfilling. I think that gives you, I mean, it already filled in some of the gaps I had about some of the other use cases that OpenSSL by itself doesn't fulfill, such as creating a CRL, creating, a revocation list. If I'm going to do the root CA thing and I'm going to make, a top level one and put all the CRT files in my kubeadm config file and all that jazz. If I'm going to do that, I might as well go to the trouble of creating a revocation list and practicing revoking certificates and seeing how that goes, because that's the whole fucking point. The whole point of not using the built-in CAs of kubeadm is being able to manage all of that stuff as part of a larger whole. And if you don't know all of the tasks necessary to do that, including revoking certificates, which I hadn't even really thought of until today, then you really have no business doing it. Just use the internal stuff. So it really does require quite the deep dive. And God, I spent probably 18 to 20 hours on this topic alone, just really, really cramming on it. And I feel like I can speak about. I tell you what, tomorrow when I log into work and I actually go check out all our certificates, I'll know exactly what we're looking at for the first time in my life. And that's why I'm doing this. So so I consider it frustration and all. I think it's worth it. Being able to talk about the applications in this space intelligently, being able to know, about all of these things. I think it's so critical to being an architect today. And this is really, as you said, I don't like the word advanced. I would call this more architecture work. Right. This is not the kind of thing that your average CKA is ever going to play with. They're going to be like, no, who gives a shit? First of all, their certs are all going to be created for them anyway. They're not even going to have to go through that step. There's no kubeadm and init if you're in the cloud using CKA skills at all. That stuff's all done for you. Your worst problem is coordinating a node off so that you can upgrade something on it. Not even that, really. I mean, a CKA in the cloud, I don't even think you'd have to know how to coordinate nodes off. Why would you? There's really no reason to do that. It would only be like kicking pods in the head that got out of control. It's basically dealing with zombie processes as pods. I mean, to me, that'd be like the extent of a CKA knowledge. I mean, you certainly can't SSH into the machines and look at the underlying container stuff, can you, on CKA? On GKE? On GKE, do you even have access to CRI CTL at all? I'm thinking no. I mean, so the level of skill needed to do the administration at that level, I'm like really wondering, what does it even mean to be an administrator? Picking the number of machines you need to use, setting up your OPA gatekeeper policies. What's left? That's part of an OCMS certificate, an Occam's list that I would like to create. A CKA does these things. An advanced infrastructure engineer who deals with Kubernetes does these things. And they are, we got maybe a level 1 or a level 2, because we need to really distinguish that, because there are still things in the CKA realm, the easier realm, that I still don't know, but I do know the deeper stuff here. So, you like this info stuff? Yeah, it's pretty fun. This is just me trying to understand what the hell's going on. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, too many devices and CNI plugins don't have clean shutdown. Well, yeah, that would fulfill your job as a CKA all by itself. All right. All right. So, I'm gonna sleep on this. Still about necessity of Vault over step CA or other simpler options. And again, my target architecture, my target case study for a cloud native PKI cert. Oh God. I would pay good money for that shit. I would pay $1,000 for that. I feel like I've gone through a lot of that stuff myself, but I feel like the security industry needs it. Is it fair to say that most of the cloud native security vulnerabilities are through poor cert management? I'm guessing so. They're certainly not rotating certs. I guarantee you, most Kubernetes on-prem admins are not rotating certs. To be fair, most of them are using the built-in certs, and hopefully they upgrade their clusters. It is an issue, yeah. So, yeah. What you could do is you could break down, because it is the Linux Foundation that umbrellas the whole thing, right? So while it's true to say load balancers like kubevip are not within the scope of Kubernetes, they are within the scope of Linux infrastructure engineers. So one possible solution to the lack of training could be, as you said, we don't need all that. That's advanced knowledge, right? Well, we do need the advanced knowledge. But it probably needs to be grouped as separate modules outside of the CKA. So the CKA would be sort of, I mean, the CKA is already considered advanced compared to the CKAD. I mean, let's, be real. Trainees umbrella where they could easily be in scope. Exactly. So stuff like cloud native, aware load balancing. What are the products out there? Well, we have the physical, we have physical load balancers like F5. We have, we have ARP-based load balancers. We have level 7-based load balancers. And, that could be a relatively small module that could be added on. And then you would say, okay, this goes with, and then what you could do is you could umbrella something like, on-prem Kubernetes administrator, middle LB, of course. Yeah. And you could umbrella all of that together and say on-prem, Kubernetes infrastructure engineer as kind of a more advanced cert that umbrellas some of these external things to Kubernetes with regard to the basic CKA stuff. That applies to primarily people that are running in the cloud. I mean, that's I think that's the real thing that's been my rub the whole time. I mean, you've said it several times, but it's starting to sink in now. The CKA that's there is not for on-prem. It's not. It's for the cloud, and it's certainly got things that need to be learned, but it's on-prem is a completely different beast. And if I think it were sold that way, expectation-wise, I think I would have been less likely to go off, because I have gone off several times on it this time. So anyway. Yeah. So yeah, I feel good about this session, even though, I still feel like I haven't made any actual Look, I know I'm going to sleep on it. I'm going to go to sleep on the decision about whether to use Vault, stepCA, or just OpenSSL. I can see advantages to all three of them. One of the advantages of doing OpenSSL and Ansible and shell scripts is that even though it's a total hack, it would give me really deep insight into the low level stuff, in very much the hard way kind of spirit. Even using CFSSL like Hightower does, and Hightower's pages on creating the certificates are still relevant. The whole PEM versus CRT thing is kind of out of sync with the docs, but oh well. But that specific part of the hard way, I think, still has very strong relevance, as far as I can tell. I do wish they would have told us about the certs being hidden. Oh, that needs to go in my docs. Did I put that in somewhere in here? I need to add that. God damn it, it's not there. I could have swore I had that. Did I get rid of it? I wanted to add that we found the scheduler and the controller cert, and it's embedded in the config file. And I don't see it here at all. I knew I was gonna forget that. I need to add that before I go to bed. I need to add that before I go to bed. So, and they're signed by the Kubernetes CA cert. Yeah. So, let me get that. It's like really misleading. It's the CN is Kubernetes controller manager. But it's not in C8ISRT. It's in / controller. I think it's cube controller, actually. Yeah, this is very, very weird to discover. We actually dug it apart. It was really fun. They're in controllermanager.conf. Manager.conf. That is not a CA. And the key is also in there. And it is, what what's the name of the thing? It's certificate authority data. Yeah. I know it's a big one, but I gotta figure out a way to represent this. And it was also, what was the other one? Client certificate data. There it is. System kube controller manager. Users. Why would it be under users? And there's the client key data, client cert data, client key data. System kube controller manager. Yeah, I just need to have this in here. I want people to know that it's in the file. Client certificate data. I guess that's the CA stuff. And then there was client certificate key. This is cool because these are base 64 client key data, and we had to we got into the key and got it client key data. We already did that. So yeah, this is a PEM file, so that's totally different. I should probably bold that. Do we have bold here? Oh boy. We don't want that. We don't want that at all. What the hell? What the hell? No. Oh well. Yeah. Actually, I think this is Cube Controller Manager. We have all that stuff. In fact, I think I still have it here. Yep. Check it. So this is the actual stuff that's in the Cube Controller Manager, which is a daemon set. Oh no, this is different. That's different. So we need to do base 64-D temp foo 2 temp foo. Oh wait, we already have f temp foo. Yeah, there it is. And then we can open this to sell that. And we can see it. There we go. There's the name I was looking for. So it's system : Cube Controller Manager. And it's signed by the CA. So that stuff, this is all embedded. This is just a client cert. It's not a CA. That's embedded in here. So that's system : Cube Controller Manager. Alrighty. So it's kind of in the way, but I need at least one example because we could not find the scheduler. The scheduler is the same way. The scheduler is hidden inside of the comp file, and that's the only place it exists so that it can get into the container, obviously. So yeah, the stuff that has to get the certificates into a container of some kind, use it this way. Are we still going? I'm going away right now. I promise. I can't stop. You know, it's how I am when I don't know things. Like I get really, really obsessed with learning things, and then my health goes to shit and everything. Don't be me. And then I try to spend like 3 months recovering my health. I've always been that way. I don't like it. Don't do that. It's bad. Thank you for the reminder for my health, Knox. No, it's very good for me to. Oh shit. Tell me I didn't just blow away all my changes. Oh my god. I did. It's time for me to go to bed. I did. I just blew away all my changes. Yep. All that stuff I just looked up, it's all gone now. Well, that's how you learn. Because I picked load instead of export. I picked load instead of export, and I just blew out all my changes. Well, it was a good exercise. There's no back button, is there? I don't think that's a thing. I would love for that to be true. Control U, maybe there's a control U. No, holy shit, what did I do? Now we're just like really destroying things. What the hell? Oh, I'm viewing source for some reason. Why the fuck am I viewing source? Control Z. Oh, right. I mean, no, there's not. There's no Control Z. There's a Zen mode, though. Whoa, I love Zen mode. Why have I not been using Zen mode this whole time? I gotta use Zen mode next. It's fine. I know what it was. I have to make sure to put a thing here that shows the immense amount of work we did to unlock the secret of the hidden controller manager and scheduler certs, because they're not anywhere to be found in Etsy PKI, Kubernetes PKI. They're nowhere. They are base 64 encrypted inside of the config files that get loaded with the daemon set for those pods. I need buttons because I'm a boomer. All right, on that note, we're going to go to bed. All of us. I am anyway. Good night.